energetic for the day, right? I would want to hear yes. Thank you so much. I would request all of you to kindly take your respective seats so that we could start. I'm Namita Sachdev, once again officially introducing myself because I'll be taking the charge for this event. So this is an auspicious day for all of us, and a very warm welcome to all of you to the India Maritime Heritage Conclave 2024. There is a saying, ladies and gentlemen, if the sea were made of ink and the heavens parchment and every single blade of grass and quill, it still would not be enough to chronicle the high seas adventures and the salty wisdom that have sailed forth from the ancient ports of India. Now, this poetic statement may sound grand to all of you, but it beautifully captures the essence of India's legendary maritime heritage. From ancient times, India's shores have been the starting points of epic voyages, fostering trade, the cultural exchanges, and the dissemination of knowledge across the world. The traditions carried by Indian sailors and the networks they established remain timeless stories of adventure, resilience, and influence. I'm sorry. India's maritime legacy is a multi-layered tapestry that has profoundly shaped civilizations. The ocean, after viewed as a barrier, became for India a bridge, connecting the continents and cultures, facilitating the exchange of goods, the ideas, and beliefs as well. So it is the role that elevated India to a position as one of the greatest maritime powers in the history. In today's fractured global order, where influence is often dictated by power and wealth, India's soft power, rooted in the philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, means the world is one family and we are one, emerges as a beacon of unity and hope. This ethos, combined with our rich cultural diplomacy, continues to inspire and resonate across the borders. So as we gather here today, we celebrate not only the legacy of India's maritime heritage, but also strides that we are making to strengthen this sector and its pivotal role in our nation's progress. It is my privilege to have amongst us the distinguished leaders who are shaping the future of our country. Without further ado, let us commence this auspicious occasion with a huge round of applause by honoring all our esteemed dignitaries. So first of all, for this felicitation, I would like to invite to honor the esteemed dignitaries, Mr. Lakshman, Joint Secretary of Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, to first felicitate the Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarbananda Sonowalji. Please give a huge round of applause as we felicitate Mr. Sonowal. I must tell you that Mr. Lakshman is felicitating the Honorable Minister with a necklace of beads, which is a replica of beads made with the same technology as it was used by the Harappans almost 5,000 years ago. Now the felicitation would continue and would request Mr. Lakshman to felicitate the Honorable Minister of Labour and Employment and Youth Affairs and Sports, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia ji. Applause should continue. Now would request Mr. Lakshman to felicitate the Honorable Minister of Culture and Tourism, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji. Now Mr. Lakshman would take the charge to felicitate the Honorable Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Shantanu Thakur ji. Now would like to invite Mr. Manoj Kumar Semwal, MD IPRCL, to do the honors and felicitation of the Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare and Water Resources, Arunachal Pradesh, Shri Biuram Wage ji. Give them a huge round of applause as they took out time for us. Now would request Mr. Manoj to felicitate the Honorable Minister of Legislative Affairs, Law and Judiciary, Environment and Captain of Ports, Goa, Shri Alexo Sekiraji. Now we'll begin with the felicitation of the Honorable Minister of Transport, UP, Shri Daya Shankar Singh Ji. Would request Mr. Manoj to kindly do the honors. And after this, Mr. Manoj will take charge to felicitate the Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Admiral D.K. Joshi, retired. Now would like to say Mr. Manoj will take the charge to felicitate the Honorable Deputy CM and Minister of Arts and Culture. All right. Would like to ask the Secretary of MOPSW. Would like to ask Mr. Manoj to kindly do the honors and felicitate the Secretary of MOPSW, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri T.K. Ramachandran Ji. With a bouquet of flowers that we have. Thank you so much, all of you, for taking out your precious time. And thank you so much, Mr. Manoj and Mr. Lakshman as well, to felicitate our esteemed dignitaries. And after this, with the felicitation all complete, we now move on to the ceremonial Deep Prajalan, the lighting of lamps symbolizing the dispelling of darkness and ushering in of light, knowledge and prosperity. May I request all our dignitaries to kindly come forward and do the honors for the lamp lighting ceremony.
शरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि.
Thank you so much, all of you. I would request you all to kindly take your respective seats on the dais. Now, with this auspicious beginning, we now transition to the next segment of today's program. Stay with us as we delve deep into the achievements and vision driving the India's maritime and cultural aspirations. And now, it's my privilege to invite on the dais, and I request kindly to come forward to invite Shri T.K. Ramachandran, the Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, to share his opening remarks with all of us. I must tell you, his vision and leadership continues to inspire us in the progress of maritime sector, and we are eager to hear his thoughts as we embark on today's journey together. May I request all of you to kindly give him a huge round of applause as he comes forward.
Namaskar, Swagatam, Suswagatam. Honorable Minister for Port Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarmananda Honowalji. Honorable Minister of Labour and Employment and Youth Affairs and Sports, Dr. Mansukh Mandaviyaji. Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Honorable Minister of Culture and Tourism. Honorable Minister of State, Port Shipping and Waterways, Shri Shantanu Thakurji. Honorable Shri Biyuram Vagheji, Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Water Resources, Arunachal Pradesh. Honorable State Minister for Ports, Goa, Shri Alexio Sekeraji. Honorable Minister of Transport, Uttar Pradesh, Shri Dayas Shankar Singh Ji. Respected Admiral Devendra Kumar Joshi Ji, Lieutenant Governor of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Friends, dignitaries, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the Bharat Sagar Virasat Sangam, the India Maritime Heritage Conclave 2024. This is the inaugural session of this conclave, the first ever such conclave being conducted by the ministry. And therefore, it is a very important day for all of us. So I'd like to warmly welcome each of you to the deliberations which are to take place over the next couple of days. Today we gather to embark on a remarkable journey of exploration and reflection, one that seeks to deepen our understanding of India's prominent role in global maritime history. India has always been a maritime nation. Our gods, as you know, had a very important role to play in the Vedic heritage. And among them, Varuna, the god of water, held supreme place. And from the ancient ports of Lothal, Kodungalur, and Bharuch, to the great maritime empires of the Cholas and the Guptas, India has been central to global trade, science, and cultural exchange. Our position at the crossroads of the Indian Ocean made India a key player in global commerce, connecting us with Africa, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and beyond. Indian sailors were pioneers of navigation and shipbuilding, and trade networks laid the foundation for the maritime world that we know today. It was the sea that propelled the spread of Indian culture and heritage, language, literature, theater, music, scripts, religion, and so on, to many countries across the world. We need to be conscious of this heritage, aware of this heritage, even as we develop the maritime sector. Through initiatives like the Sagarmala project, India is modernizing its ports, strengthening its shipping infrastructure, and developing new trade corridors. Our blue economy initiatives focus on sustainable shipping, marine conservation, and harnessing ocean resources for the future. So as we have always been saying, Vikas bhi, Virasat bhi. That is our motto. The National Maritime Heritage Complex at Lothal, Gujarat, is a key step in preserving and celebrating our maritime legacy. Lothal, one of the world's oldest dockyards, which is part of the Sindhu Ghati Sabhyata, the Indus Valley civilization, or now we call it the Saraswati Valley civilization, symbolizes India's advanced maritime skills. As we celebrate our maritime past, we must focus also on India's future role in global maritime affairs. India is committed to building a sustainable, secure, and prosperous maritime sector. This conclave brings together scholars, policymakers, and industry leaders from around the world. The conclave has been organized as per the guidance received from our Honorable Prime Minister, for whom this is a very, very dear subject. So, under the leadership of our Honorable Minister, we have organized this conclave, which is a platform for collaboration where we can share knowledge, discuss innovative maritime solutions, and strengthen partnerships that will define the future of the global maritime community. Together, we can build a future where the oceans remain a source of prosperity, sustainability, and peace for all nations. The quest for understanding India's position in the global maritime history is not just about reflecting on the past, but also about shaping the future. India's maritime heritage is a living legacy that will guide us in our journey towards becoming a global maritime player. Thank you all once again for your participation. I would like to thank the dignitaries on the dais, especially for having participated in this inaugural function. And I look forward to the enriching discussions in the days ahead. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Sri Ramachandran, for sharing your kind words with all of us. And now I would request the team to kindly play the film that we have on Lothal and NMHC.
Waterways is developing the first of its kind National Maritime Heritage Complex at Lothal near Ahmedabad in Gujarat.
लोथल हमारी विरासत का एक महत्वपूर्ण केंद्र रहा, जिसको पूरी दुनिया के पर्यटन नक्शे पर लाने के लिए बहुत परिश्रम किया जा रहा है। लोथल में दुनिया में नाम कमा सके ऐसा मैरीटाइम म्यूजियम बन रहा है।
As it sets forth a world-class benchmark for the country's tourist offerings. The complex has been envisioned as a monumental developmental project that elevates the historical prominence of its location, Lothal. The site for the oldest man-made dockyard, dating back to the Harappan civilization, is significant on national as well as the world map. That being a port town, Lothal encountered and hosted many traders from different parts of the world and civilizations, along with trade products, making Lothal the hub of the culture and economy of the world. And today, its ancient significance makes it the preferred destination for National Maritime Heritage Complex. The NMHC's design concept, based on the Harappan town planning principles, has been divided into three main segments. The Citadel, housing the National Maritime Museum. The Middle Town, comprising the Central Baghicha and the Lighthouse Museum. And the Lower Town, comprising maritime theme-based recreational theme parks, eco-resorts and hotels. The NMHC will be well connected via state highways, national highways and upcoming Ahmedabad-Dholera Expressway. The upcoming airport at Dholera will also add to the ease of access to Lothal and the NMHC. While tourists staying within the complex will be able to use the inside waterways for traveling from their hotels to visit the museums and sightseeing. The exterior of the complex has been circumscribed by an elevated ring road to facilitate vehicular movement. The NMHC's completion has been planned to be executed in 3 phases. The first phase of its execution is in full swing and is marked by the grand and one-of-its-kind Maritime Museum. The museum is a result of a united vision to consolidate the diverse and distinctive artifacts, encapsulating our rich maritime history from ancient to the modern times, and to display their magnificent spectacle all at one place for the world to see and experience. The foundation stone of the project was laid by Honorable Prime Minister in March 2019. And the project was also announced during the budget speech in 2020 by Honorable Finance Minister.
A maritime museum would be set up at Lothal, the Harappan Age maritime site near Ahmedabad, by the Ministry of Shipping.
The museum's construction has itself been planned over 2 phases. Phase 1A includes Part 1 of the National Maritime Museum with 5 galleries and a Navy gallery to be developed by the Indian Navy, which will be one of the largest galleries in the museum. This phase will also see the construction of Lothal Town, a mini replication of the town at the center of the museum premises, a water tank with an underwater gallery, a jetty walkway area, and part of staff quarters. The development of Phase 1A is undertaken by the Tata Projects Limited. Phase 1B includes Part 2 of the National Maritime Museum, the Lighthouse Museum, which will be one of the world's tallest lighthouse museums, to be developed by DGLA, a 5D dome auditorium, the Baricha complex with elevated traffic drop-off and parking, Part 2 of the staff quarters and a nature conservation park, etc. The second phase of the museum construction will include construction of the coastal state pavilions, Lothal City, Hospitality Zone, including Muse Hotel, and Maritime Theme Eco Resort, the Maritime Institute and Hostel, Maritime and Naval Theme Park, Climate Change Theme Park, Monuments Park, and the Adventure and Amusement Park. Under the first phase of construction, 14 galleries are being constructed in the museum.
खान अपने इतिहास को संजो कर रखता है, उसका भविष्य भी सुरक्षित रहता है.
So with this wonderful film, please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed dignitary, Admiral Devendra Kumar Joshi, Lieutenant Governor of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. May I please request you, sir, to kindly come forward with your welcome address and please share your words of wisdom with all of us.
Namaskar, Honorable Minister Shri Sonowal ji, Honorable Minister Shri Manviya ji, Honorable Minister Shri Shekhawat ji, other Honorable Ministers seated on the dais, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to the Honorable Minister for giving me an opportunity to be part of the India Maritime Heritage Conclave. Representing Andaman and Nicobar Islands, with 1/3 the country's exclusive economic zone and 836 islands, we've always been a major player in the maritime construct of the country. Historically, we are all aware of how the spread of civilization eastwards through the times of the Cholas happened, and a recent recognition of it was the naming of erstwhile Port Blair as Sri Vijayapuram very, very recently. In the more current context, I venture to suggest that the biggest exponential growth in the port and maritime segment of the country of any coastal state or union territory is perhaps happening in the union territory of Andaman and Nicobar. You are all aware of the upcoming international container transshipment terminal in Galatia Bay, where all the codal formalities are over, DPR, consultancy reports, environmental impact assessment, asking expression of interest, everything is over. There are about 12 major consortiums who have expressed their willingness to participate on the PPP model. Only the final cabinet clearance and thereafter the floating of RFP is the stage, and I would at this forum request the Honorable Minister to kindly have it expedited so that this landmark event, not only for the UT but for the entire country, gets underway. In its first phase, due for completion in the next 5 years itself, it will have a container handling capacity of 4.3 million TEUs. And on completion of the final phase, this capacity will go up to 16.5 million TEUs, which will be the second biggest container handling facility in this entire country. Apart from that, also along the PPP mode, we have the Port Atlanta deep water port project proposal underway, where consultancy with IIT Chennai is complete and we are proceeding on the next stages. Many other projects are underway. With Cochin Shipyard Limited, we have executed a 30-year MOU for upgradation of our dockyard and repair facilities, as also upskilling and training of the HR element in our dockyards. And with these ports coming up and the maintenance and dry docking facilities going up, having studied the shipbuilding and ship repair facilities in the Bay of Bengal, rim countries, we are convinced that Andaman Islands can be developed as a ship repair and ship construction hub in the Indo-Pacific region, and our detailed proposal in this regard is under consideration with various ministries. And therefore, in the port and maritime sector, I see a big role for the Andaman Islands in the very near future. With these opening remarks, I once again thank the Honorable Minister and the Ministry for giving me this opportunity. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your kind words with us. And now I may take the privilege of inviting the Honorable Minister of the Honorable Minister of Transport, UP, Shri Daya Shankar Singh Ji, to kindly come forward and share his valuable thoughts with us. Sir, the stage is yours. May I request all of you to kindly welcome him once again with a huge round of applause.
इंडिया मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉन्क्लेव में भारत सरकार के जहाज मंत्री आदरणीय सर्बानंद सोनोवाल जी, भारत सरकार के श्रम एवं सेवायोजन, युवा और खेल मंत्री आदरणीय डॉक्टर मनसुख मांडविया जी, भारत सरकार के पर्यटन एवं संस्कृति मंत्री आदरणीय गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जी, आदरणीय मंत्री शांतनु ठाकुर जी, आदरणीय मिनिस्टर हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर अरुणाचल प्रदेश आदरणीय बियाराम वाहगे जी, आदरणीय एलेक्सो सेकोरिया जी, एडमिरल देवेंद्र कुमार जोशी जी, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी प्रदेश से आए हुए सभी मंत्रीगण, सभी सम्मानित नागरिक बंधुओं, उत्तर प्रदेश में राष्ट्रीय जल प्राधिकरण के अनुसार ही उत्तर प्रदेश में भी उत्तर प्रदेश जल प्राधिकरण बोर्ड का गठन कर दिया गया है। उसमें माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ने अध्यक्ष, अभी फिलहाल परिवहन मंत्री के रूप में उसको अध्यक्ष नामित किया गया है, और उपाध्यक्ष एक जो विशेषज्ञ जो जल से संबंधित हो उनको रखने का प्राविधान किया गया है। अभी वर्तमान में हमारे ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर को उसके सीईओ के रूप में कार्य करने के लिए अधिकृत किया गया है, और सभी हमारे जो 19 संभाग है वहां पर अभी रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए उनको रजिस्ट्रार के रूप में नियुक्ति की गई है। अभी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने अयोध्या में, जैसा कि मैंने हम लोग को बताया जाता है कि आज से 2000 वर्ष पूर्व अयोध्या की राजकुमारी ने कोरिया के राजकुमार से उनकी विवाह हुआ था, और वो जल मार्ग से ही आज से 2000 वर्ष पूर्व अयोध्या से कोरिया गई थी। और कोरिया के लोग आज आकर के अयोध्या में भी अपना स्मारक बना रहे हैं। तो माननीय योगी जी ने भी जल प्राधिकरण का गठन भी अयोध्या के अंदर पहली कैबिनेट उन्होंने किया और उसी में जो है जल प्राधिकरण का गठन किया। उत्तर प्रदेश में पहले भी प्रयाग से लेकर के हल्दिया तक जल मार्ग से आवागमन होता था, माल ढुलाई भी होती थी और यात्री भी आते जाते थे, लेकिन फिर बीच में ये बंद हो गया। लेकिन माननीय मंत्री सरदानंद सोनोवाल जी ने कलकत्ता में जब कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ था तो हम लोगों को 2 आपने जहाज दिया था इलेक्ट्रिक, तो एक हम लोग प्रयाग में और दूसरा अयोध्या में हम लोग उसका कार्य प्रारंभ किए हैं। और उत्तर प्रदेश में जो 111 पूरे राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर नदियां चिन्हित की गई हैं, जिसमें 11 उत्तर प्रदेश की हैं, उसमें बहुत सारी संभावनाएं हैं इसको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए। उत्तर प्रदेश में जल का भंडार है। हम लोग आगे चाह रहे हैं कि पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में पर्यटन के क्षेत्र में भी, चाहे वो मथुरा हो, चाहे अयोध्या हो, चाहे काशी हो, प्रयाग हो, वहां पर पर्यटन के क्षेत्र में भी हम लोग जल का उसमें प्रयोग करके लोगों को आकर्षित करें और आवागमन के भी साधनों के लिए भी हम लोग ड्रेजिंग करके नदियों को ठीक किया जाए। जैसे अभी गंगा बिलाज जो है बनारस से लेकर के हल्दिया तक जाने का हुआ है, छोटे जहाज को भी उस मार्ग से 15 जेटी भी बन चुका है उत्तर प्रदेश में। तो उत्तर प्रदेश में संभावनाएं बहुत ज्यादा है, हम लोग इसको कोशिश कर रहे हैं। आप सबका आशीर्वाद मिलेगा तो आने वाले दिनों में उत्तर प्रदेश भी आप सबके इस साथ से जुड़ करके अपना उत्तर प्रदेश का भी विकास करेगा। आप सबने अवसर दिया, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत धन्यवाद सर आपका भी। And now I would like to take the honor to invite Sri Alexio Siqueira, the Honorable State Minister for Ports, Goa, to kindly come forward and enlighten us with his words of wisdom. May I please request all of you to give him a warm round of applause?
Honorable Union Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterway, Shri Sonowal, Honorable Minister for Labour and Employment and Youth Affairs and Sports, Shri Mansukh Mandavia, Honorable Minister of Culture and Tourism, Shri Shekhawat, Honorable Minister of States for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Santanu Thakur, Honorable Minister Vijay Kumar Sinha, Honorable Minister Wage, Honorable Minister Dayash Shankar Singh, Honorable Admiral Devendra Kumar Joshi, Lieutenant Governor of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. I stand with pride before you to represent the state of Goa. Goa is known for its beaches, sand, sun, and if I may say, fun too. But Goa also has a long history, which I think today gives me a chance to highlight when it comes to maritime activities, which as far as Goa is concerned stretches back to many a century. I congratulate the Honorable Union Minister for organizing the Indian Maritime Heritage Conclave. For in it, we see that this conclave is part of an initiative that aligns seamlessly with the vision of Viksit Bharat led by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. As we navigate through Amrit Kal, this transformative period leading to 2047, we recognize the unparalleled importance of our maritime heritage in shaping not only our past, but also our aspirations for the future. Goa, a jewel along the Indian western coastline, has long been a hub of maritime activity. The state's maritime history spans over centuries, showcases trade and cultural exchanges with ancient civilizations such as Japan, China, Persia, and even the Roman Empire. Evidence of Roman ships visiting Goa during the Satavahana period is found in the form of coins, pottery, highlighting Goa's significance on the ancient maritime map. Goa's oldest port, Chandrapura, was a thriving center of trade and commerce on the banks of the Kushavati River. This ancient port town, also referenced in historical texts as Nelkinda and Sindapur, which served as a gateway for goods, ideas, and cultures that enriched the region. Other ports connected Goa to the Africa and Arabian coasts, further solidifying the position as a maritime powerhouse. The history of Goa's maritime prowess is rich and complex. From the earlier Christian days through the medieval period, it thrived as a commercial hub. It is believed that the capital of Goa shifted from Chandrapura to modern-day Old Goa due to the silting of river Kushavati. This transition marked the rise of Old Goa as a flourishing commercial center. Under King Jayakeshi I, Old Goa became a key port of India's western coastline, facilitating trade with regions such as Sri Lanka, Sumatra, Zanzibar, Kuwait, Bengal, Gujarat, etc. It also served as an entry point for Arab traders. During the Portuguese era, Old Goa thrived as a central hub in the global spice trade, with ships sailing to destinations like Diu, Bahrain, and Muscat, supported by the region's robust trading infrastructure, including Rua Direta. The modern Marmagua port near Vasco da Gama city is a further testament to Goa's enduring maritime legacy. Established in the 16th century and named after the famous Portuguese explorer Vasco da Gama, Marmagua port continues to play a vital role in the region's trade. Its strategic location at the mouth of River Zuari has enabled it to evolve into one of the busiest shipping routes in Asia. Since its inception, Marmagua port has been an integral part to Goa's growth, both as a trading hub and a center for maritime security. The Goa Shipyard Limited, established in the 20th century, further contributes to the Indian Navy's and Coast Guard's fleet, underscoring Goa's importance in the national maritime defense. The story of Goa's ports is equally fascinating. From the Portuguese establishment of the Capitanios dos Portos to the development of modern infrastructure in Marmagua port and the smallest ports such as Panaji and Betul, Goa has consistently adapted to meet the demands of its time. The Captain of Ports Department has played a crucial role in regulating maritime trade and ensuring safety and environmental standards. In today's world, initiatives such as the Sagarmala project and the development of national waterways emphasizes Goa's important commitment to preserving and enhancing its maritime legacy. Additionally, the state has taken tremendous strides in modernizing its maritime education, with the Goa Institute of Maritime Excellence becoming a world-class institution. Goa's maritime heritage is not only about ports and trade, it is also an integral part of the state's cultural identity. Our cuisine, influenced by seafaring cultures, such as a rich blend of spices and ingredients, was introduced through maritime routes. Similarly, our architecture, marked by vibrant colors and unique designs, bears the imprint of diverse civilizations that once docked on our shores. Today, maritime transport and logistics form the backbone of Goa's contribution to the blue economy. 6 of our inland waterways have been designated as national waterways, facilitating trade, reducing traffic congestion, and promoting sustainable practices. Recent dredging and construction of floating jetties have further improved the connectivity and utility of these waters. Looking ahead, Goa is embracing green initiatives, exploring the use of hydrogen fuel cells for vessels, and encouraging infrastructure development of green shipping through private-public partnerships. Goa's maritime heritage stands as a testament to its resilience and adaptability through the ages. As we gather here at the National Maritime Heritage Conclave, I urge that we cherish and preserve our shared legacy while striving for a sustainable and prosperous future. Goa's story is but one chapter in India's vast maritime saga, and together we can chart a course that honors our past and steers us towards a brighter and greener tomorrow. I thank you for giving me the privilege of standing before you and saying a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking us through your vision and sharing your kind words with us. And now I would like to take the privilege to invite Shri Biuram Vageji, the Honorable Minister, Health and Family Welfare, Water Resources, Arunachal Pradesh, to kindly come forward and grace the stage with his kind words and thoughts.
सबसे पहले तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मुझे मौका देने के लिए यहाँ अपना अरुणाचल के बारे में बताने के लिए हमारे पोर्ट शिपिंग मिनिस्टर श्री सर्बानंद सोनोवाल जी, साथ साथ में हमारे मनसुख मांडविया जी, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर लेबर एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट यूथ अफेयर्स, गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जी, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ कल्चर एंड टूरिज्म, शांतनु ठाकुर जी, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट पोर्ट एंड शिपिंग वाटरवेज, Alexio Secura ji, the State Minister for Port Goa, Dayasankar Singh ji, Honorable Minister for Transport in Uttar Pradesh, Admiral Devendra Kumar Joshi ji, Lieutenant Governor Andaman Nicobar. मैं सभी लोगों से गुजारिश करूंगा कि मुझे मौका देने के लिए सबसे पहले तो मैं आप सभी को धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा दिल से। अरुणाचल प्रदेश में वैसे तो कोई कोस्टल एरिया नहीं है, लेकिन वहाँ में हमारे वहाँ 5 मेजर रिवर है और आप सभी को मालूम है कि वहाँ में सिर्फ रोडवेज का ही कनेक्टिविटी है और रोडवेज का कनेक्टिविटी होने का वजह से अगर वहाँ रोडवेज का कनेक्टिविटी किसी तरह से कट जाता है तो वहाँ ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का कोई और जरिया ही नहीं होता है। इसीलिए मैं चाहता हूँ कि हमारे ये 5 जो रिवर है, कामेंग, सुबनसिरी, लोहित, दिबांग, इसको अगर वाटरवेज बनाया जाए तो रोड ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में काफ़ी मदद आएगा। और आपको पता है कि अरुणाचल चाइना और म्यांमार से बॉर्डर से जुड़ा हुआ है और इसमें किसी तरह से पहाड़ी एरिया है ये, और किसी तरह से अगर रोडवे कट जाता है तो यहाँ ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के लिए आर्मी बोलो, अपना सिविलियंस के लिए बोलो, कोई भी जगह नहीं बच सकता है। इसीलिए मैं चाहता हूँ कि इस 5 नदी को एक्सप्लोर करें और इसको वाटरवेज में आप लोग सभी लोग मदद करके इसको आगे बढ़ाएं। मेरा तरफ से यही कहना है और ज़्यादा नहीं कहते हुए मैं यही बोलूँगा कि इस 5 नदियों को थोड़ा एक्सप्लोर करने में हमें मदद करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your inspirational words with us. And now I would like to take the honor to invite Shri Shantanu Thakur ji, Honorable Minister of State, PSW, to kindly come forward and share your thoughts with us. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Namaskar and good morning to all of you. Today, National Maritime Heritage Conclave is holding this place on the dais today. With us, Sri Sarvananda Sonoval ji, Honorable Minister of Port Shipping and Waterways, Dr. Manshukh Bhai Manbiya ji, Honorable Minister of Labour and Employment and Youth Affairs and Sports, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, Honorable Minister of Culture and Tourism, Shri Vivuram Workji, Honorable Minister, Health and Family Welfare, Water Resource and Arunachal Pradesh, Shri Alexio Sikuria, Honorable State Minister for Ports, Goa, Shri Dayasankar Singh, Honorable Minister of Transport, Uttar Pradesh, Admiral Devendra Kumar Joshi, Lieutenant Governor of Andaman and Nicobar Island, Shri T.K. Ramchandranji, Secretary Port Shipping and Waterways. Today is a great day because the first time this sort of conclave taken by our ministry. And I think it is an honor to be here today as we being the important journey to discover the celebrate India's vast maritime heritage. The theme of this year's conclave, Quest for the Understanding India's Position in the Global Maritime History, is truly significant as it invites us to reflect on our rich past and our continued prominence in the global maritime leadership. India's maritime history dates back thousands of years, with the Indian Ocean service as a vital link of trade, culture, and ideas. From the ancient port of Lothal and Mujiris to the bustling modern harbor like Mumbai and Chennai, our nation has always been at the crossroad of this global maritime activity. For centuries, Indian sailors, trade and merchant shaped of the global economy, connecting India with region across the Asia, Africa, and beyond. These exchanges not only facilitated to follow of goods, but also idea, religions, and culture. India's maritime legacy in the powerful testament for the national religions of the long-standing connecting with this world. India today's world is continue to hold a strategic position at this heart of the Indian Ocean. As one of the large maritime nation, we have critical role to play in the global trade and the maritime security. With initiatives like Sagarmala aim to modernize our ports and reducing the logistic cost, and the Blue Economy initiative focused on sustainable of this maritime resource. India is setting a course of the remain the key player in the global maritime affairs. As rightly started by the Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, Lothal is a proud symbol of India's maritime brilliance and the ancient trade capabilities. The museum being developed here will become a global hub for the learning and the approaching our rich seafaring heritage. The proposed heritage complex in the Lothal in being built in such a way that even common people in India can easily understand its history. I think this is the first time that an important program taken by our ministry, and that is the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister. And we are going to focus and want to success this program very much for his honor. I think this is an important time to spread our country by this maritime sector. I think your participation will take it in future a monumental touch. I think this is a great time to start our maritime history by this program. I'll not extend my speech longer. Your participation make this place very much exaggerate. And thank you very much. With this word, I need to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your perspective and address the gathering with your inspiring words. And now it's with profound respect that I invite the Honorable Minister of Culture and Tourism, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, to kindly come forward and address the gathering with his valuable insights and his kind words as well.
Honorable Minister, Port, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarvanand Sonowal ji. Honorable Minister, Labor, Employment and Youth Affairs, and more significantly, in this Indian Maritime Heritage Complex, Conclave 2024, the person who conceptualized this Lothal complex, who understood the vision of Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Modi on the lines of Virasat B and Vikas B, the former Minister of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Honorable Dr. Mansukh Mandviya ji, Minister of State, Mr. Shantanu Thakur ji, Minister of Arunachal Pradesh, Minister of Goa, Minister from Uttar Pradesh, Lieutenant Governor of Andaman and Nicobar, Secretary, Minister of Port and Shipping, scholars, historians, and delegates from different parts of the world, respected dignitaries, and fellow maritime enthusiasts. It is a privilege for me to stand before you at this India Maritime Heritage Conclave 2024, celebrating and advancing the rich legacy of India's maritime history. And at the outset, I would like to congratulate Mr. Sarvanand Sonowal and entire team behind this conclave for first time organizing this heritage conclave, where we can discuss the Indian prowess in the maritime sector, which was not known to the world some years ago. India's maritime heritage is a vital part of our cultural identity. From the ancient seafarers' skill of the Indus Valley civilizations to the trade routes that connected India to the world, our maritime prowess has symbolizes cultural exchange and economic prosperity. Our forefathers not only navigated vast oceans, but also exchanged spices, technologies, textiles, and knowledge, bridging gaps between East and West. India's strategic location in the Indian Ocean made it a beacon of global maritime history. This rich history, which includes the spiritual reverence for Varuna, the god of water and oceans, it is deeply embedded in our cultural narratives. Traditional festivals like annual boat races in Kerala, known as Vallam Kali, celebrate our enduring connections to the seas. India's 7,500 kilometers long coastline boasts a maritime history rich with achievements. The Indus Valley civilizations demonstrated early maritime ingenuity with the dockyard at Lothal, one of the world's earliest known docks. During the Chola dynasty, India's naval power extended across Southeast Asia, establishing trade links and spreading Indian culture. As evidenced by the architectural marvels of Angkor Wat in Cambodia and Borobudur in Indonesia, the Vijayanagara Empire further showcased India's maritime prowess with the bustling port of Hampi, facilitating commerce between India and distant islands like Persia, Arabia, and Southeast Asia. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, the Government of India is establishing the National Maritime Heritage Complex in Lothal, Gujarat. This complex, developed in collaboration with Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways and the Ministry of Culture, will serve as a repository of our past and bridge out to a future innovation and collaborations. The NMHC will feature exhibits on the ancient ports of maritime trade, shipbuilding techniques, and cultural exchange, offering an immersive experience to India's maritime history. Lothal, a significant archaeological site from the Indus Valley civilization, was a thriving port city that played a pivotal role in trade and cultural exchange. Its dockyard, one of the earliest of its kind, showcases India's advanced maritime prowess and technologies. We will undertake further excavation at the Lothal ASI site to uncover more ancient port infrastructure, shipbuilding techniques, and trade goods, enhancing our understanding of India's early maritime history. As we embark on this journey at the Indian Maritime Heritage Conclave, we must also look to the future. Our oceans and seas offer great opportunities and challenges for sustainable shipping, to maritime biodiversity preservation and climate change mitigation. India's maritime history gives us a legacy to be proud of and a responsibility to ensure our ocean remains a source of prosperity, security, and sustainability. I extend my gratitude to everyone who have contributed to the IMHC 2024 and the development of National Maritime Heritage Complex. I commend the archaeologists, historians, and experts leading to excavations at the Lothal and other maritime heritage sites. Together, we are preserving India's maritime legacy and securing our position in global maritime history. I urge all of you, academicians, researchers, policymakers, industry leaders, and students to engage, collaborate, and contribute to this endeavor. Let us explore, celebrate, and safeguard India's rich maritime heritage as we chart the course for the future, where our maritime influence once again plays a defining role on the global stage. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Your presence is greatly valued, and thank you for sharing your kind words with us. And now, we are deeply honored to have the Honorable Minister of Labour and Employment and Youth Affairs and Sports, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia. Would request him to kindly come forward and share his insightful remarks with all of us.
मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉन्क्लेव के शुभारंभ प्रसंगे हमारे बीच में उपस्थित, जिसके नेतृत्व में इस कार्यक्रम का आयोजन हुआ है, ऐसे हमारे साथी मंत्री आदरणीय सर्वानंद सोनोवाल जी, मेरे साथी मंत्री और जिन्होंने अभी इंडियन मैरीटाइम हिस्ट्री के बारे में विस्तृत विषय रखा, ऐसे आदरणीय गजेंद्र सिंह जी, शांतनु ठाकुर जी, विजय कुमार सिन्हा जी, बीराम वाघे जी, एलेक्सियो सिक्वेरिया जी, दया शंकर जी, एडमिरल देवेंद्र कुमार जोशी जी, सभी उपस्थित भाई एवं बहनों, सबसे पहले तो मैं सोनवाल जी और स्पोर्ट्स, शिपिंग एंड वाटरवेज मिनिस्ट्री को अभिनंदन करता हूं, क्योंकि मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन करके आपने देश को एक नई दिशा दी है। कोई भी देश है, उसकी विरासत हमें दिशा भी देती है, हमें आगे का दर्शन भी देती है। और इसलिए विरासत को संयोज के जब मोदी जी ने विकसित भारत की कल्पना रखी, उस वक्त उन्होंने 5 प्राण देशवासियों को लेने के लिए कहा था। पहला, विकसित भारत का संकल्प। दूसरा, गुलाम मानसिकता को छोड़ देना। तीसरा, विरासत से प्रेरणा लेना। चौथा, कर्तव्य का निर्वहन करना। और पांचवा, सब एक संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ना। विरासत से प्रेरणा लेके हम विकसित भारत बना सकते हैं। और इसलिए हमारी विरासत बहुत जाजरमान है। ये देश में क्षमता की कोई कमी नहीं थी, ना है। यहां जब गजेंद्र जी देश की मैरीटाइम हिस्ट्री के बारे में बता रहे थे, दोस्तों सदियों से हम मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में डेवलप्ड थे और डेवलप्ड आज भी है। और एक एकलौता देश है जिस देश का नाम से कोई समुद्र का नाम पड़ा हो। हिंद महासागर इस देश के नाम से बना हुआ नाम है। इतना ही नहीं, ये भी सत्य है, जिन्होंने दुनिया पर शासन करा है, उन्होंने पहले समुद्र पर शासन करा है। जिसने समुद्र पर अपना साम्राज्य विस्तारित करा है, उन्होंने दुनिया को प्रभावित करा है। और इसलिए एशियन साइज समय में, और हम भाग्यशाली है, 5000 साल का मैरीटाइम विरासत तो हमारे सामने है। दुनिया का सबसे पुराना डॉक लोथल में आज भी 5000 साल पुराना डॉक आज विद्यमान है, वैसा ही है। ये हमारी विरासत है। समय समय पर हमने दुनिया के साथ ट्रेड भी करा, उसके साथ रिश्ता भी रखा, संपर्क संबंध भी रखा। आप दक्षिण के स्टेट देखिए, केरला हो, आंध्र प्रदेश हो, या तो तमिलनाडु हो, चेरा वंश हो, पल्लव वंश हो, पांड्या वंश हो, नायका वंश हो, सभी ने अपने अपने समय में दुनिया के साथ ट्रेड भी करा था, दुनिया के साथ संपर्क भी बनाए थे। और इसलिए आज नाइजीरिया में जाके देखिए, नाइजीरिया की बेनान सिटी में आज आपको ओखा स्ट्रीट मिलेगी। क्यों? गुजरात का ओखा पोर्ट से वहां तक हमारा रिश्ता था। इतना ही नहीं, अब घाना में जाइए, घाना में आपको ओखा रोड मिलेगा। एक रोड का नाम ओखा बनाया हुआ है। आप गल्फ कंट्रीज में जाइए, कई कंट्री में सलाया एक छोटा सा गुजरात का पोर्ट है। कोई जगह पे सलाया स्ट्रीट है, कोई जगह पे सलाया मार्केट है। हमारा रिश्ता उसके साथ था, हम उसके साथ ट्रेड करते थे। गुजरात में अहमदाबाद में मस्कती मार्केट है। क्यों? मस्कत टू गल्फ ऑफ कैम्बे टू साबरमती रिवर इनलैंड वाटरवेज टू अहमदाबाद, ये समय में ट्रेड चलता था। ये हमारा मैरीटाइम हिस्ट्री है। और उस वक्त जब हम दुनिया से राज करते थे, उसका प्रभाव भी मैं मानता हूं कि इतना ही था। और इसलिए आज साउथ के कई टेंपल में इंग्लिश हेड पहरे हुए पुरुष का सिंबल है। दोस्तों, ये सिंबल मार्को पोलो का प्रतीक है। ये बताता है कि दुनिया में उस वक्त हमारा प्रभाव कितना था, हमारी मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में नॉलेज कितना था। कई ऐसे मॉन्यूमेंट्स है साउथ में जिसके पर चाइनीज, कोई न कोई चाइनीज मॉन्यूमेंट्स का चित्र है, क्योंकि उस वक्त रिलेशनशिप का सिंबल प्रतीक को रख के करा जाता था। ये इंडिया की रिच मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज का उत्तम उदाहरण है। इतना ही नहीं, मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में आज उस समय का कई ऐसे सेक्टर का हम अध्ययन कर सकते हैं और हमारे सामने है। गुजरात में, कच्छ में एक वालम कम्युनिटी है, मालम कम्युनिटी। जब मोदी जी राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री हुआ करते थे, चीफ मिनिस्टर हुआ करते थे, उस वक्त मोदी जी ने ये मालम सी ट्रैवल कम्युनिटी का जो उन्होंने बुक लिखी थी, वो सी ट्रैवल करते थे, तब जिस वॉल्यूम का यूज करते थे उसका कंपाइलेशन करवाया था। दोस्तों, आपको आश्चर्य होगा, उस वक्त जब वो दुनिया में ट्रैवल करते थे ना, आज हम इंजीनियर बनने के लिए इंजीनियरिंग की पढ़ाई करते हैं, हिस्ट्री की पढ़ाई करते हैं। उस वक्त किसी को समुद्र में ट्रैवल करना हो तो ये मालम लोग वहां इंस्टीट्यूट चलाते थे। लोग वहां अध्ययन करने के लिए आते थे, नहीं केवल भारत के, लेकिन दुनिया से आते थे, उससे सीखते थे। और उन्होंने ऐसी समुद्री यात्रा के लिए कौन सा विंड होगा, कब आपको निकलना, दूर समुद्र में कैसे तरंग होंगे, तूफान आना है तो कैसा सिम्टम होगा, पवन की गति कैसी होगी, स्टार कहाँ हो तो हम कौन सी दिशा में है, इतना डीप नॉलेज ये देश के पास था। ये देश के हम वासी है दोस्तों, इसलिए हम दुनिया को दिशा दे सकते हैं जो पूर्व में हमने दी थी। ये नॉलेज का उपयोग करके हम हमारी भी भविष्य को सुनिश्चित कर सकते हैं। उसमें से मोदी जी के दिमाग से नेशनल हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स निकला है। ये मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स दोस्तों केवल कॉम्प्लेक्स नहीं है। जब मैंने पहली बार मोदी जी के सामने विषय रखा था, तब उन्होंने कहा था कि देश और दुनिया में म्यूजियम तो बहुत बने हैं, लेकिन केवल म्यूजियम नहीं बनाना है, हमें दुनिया आके यहां रिसर्च करे, इंडिया का मैरीटाइम हिस्ट्री को देखे समझे। इतना ही नहीं, हमारे सभी कोस्टल स्टेट उसने अपनी अपनी मैरीटाइम हिस्ट्री है। शिवाजी महाराज ने उस वक्त नेवी बनाई थी, और कान्होजी आंग्रे को आज भी हम एक बेस्ट नेविगेटर के रूप में याद करते हैं। इतना ही नहीं, 17वीं शताब्दी में जब मुगल शासन का अंत समय था, इस समय में देश में सूरत में शिप बिल्डिंग की इंडस्ट्री चलती थी। वाडिया फैमिली परंपरागत तौर पे व्यवसाय में जुड़े हुए थे, और हम कितने अच्छे शिप बिल्डर थे। दुनिया यहां शिप परचेज करने के लिए, खरीदने के लिए आते थे, और जब मॉनसून पूरा होता था 100, 150, 200 शिप बन के तैयार रहती थी। दुनिया के लोग शिप को खरीदने के लिए इंडिया में आते थे। शिप बिल्डिंग का नॉलेज भी ये देश में हमें विरासत में मिला है, और विरासत को हम दुनिया को दिखाए। 5000 साल पहले हम कितने सभ्य थे, दुनिया आके समझे। हमारे सब स्टेट अपना अपना मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स में अपना अपना एक म्यूजियम बनाएगा, उनकी मैरीटाइम हिस्ट्री दिखाएंगे, दुनिया का रिसर्च सेंटर बनेगा। इतना ही नहीं, आप लोग आज से 3 साल के बाद, आज फेज 1 पूरा होने आया है, 3 साल के बाद जब मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स की विजिट करेंगे ना, तब आपको मोदी जी ने कहा था कि म्यूजियम नहीं, सेल्फ एक्सपीरियंस होना चाहिए। आपको लगना चाहिए, जब आप 3 साल के बाद हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स की विजिट करेंगे तो आप 5000 साल पुराना व्यक्ति बन जाएंगे। आपको वियर भी वो पहनना है, अंदर ट्रेड भी कुछ खरीदना है तो कोइन का यूज भी 5000 साल पहले होता था, वो ही करेंगे। अंदर ट्रेडर्स 5000 साल पहले जैसा ट्रेड करता था वैसे ही आप दिखेंगे, उसको देखेंगे। दोस्तों, उस वक्त का लाइफस्टाइल आप फील करेंगे। वहां की होटल, वहां के रहने की सुविधा में भी अब 5000 साल पहले का एहसास करेंगे। और दोस्तों, ये देश की अभी ये स्थिति नहीं बनी है। ये बनाने के लिए मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स को जब इनविसेज कर रहे थे, हम कल्पना कर रहे थे, उस वक्त मोदी जी ने मुझे व्यक्तिगत तौर पर गाइड करा था कि मोहेंजोदड़ो पिक्चर बना था। उसमें से कई लोगों ने देखा होगा। ये टिकट बारी पर नहीं चला, लेकिन देखने जैसा फिल्म है। वो इंडस सिविलाइजेशन का मोहेंजोदड़ो की लाइफ को दिखाता है। और उसका दिग्दर्शक थे, डायरेक्टर थे आशुतोष गोवारिकर। मुझे कहा कि उसको भी कंसल्ट करिए। उन्होंने जिस सेट बनाया था, मैंने उसको कहा कि 5 साल के बाद आपको लोथल पर पिक्चर बनाना हो तो आपको सेट बनाने की आवश्यकता ना हो। ऐसा आपका नॉलेज जो आपने सेट बनाने में जिसका उपयोग करा था, इंडस सिविलाइजेशन पर रिसर्च करने वाले सभी लोगों ने जो बताया था, उसको भी मुझे उसमें इंक्लूड करना है। और ये सबका विजन को साथ में रखते हुए ये मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स आने वाले दिनों में देश के लिए मैरीटाइम विरासत नहीं केवल भारत के लिए, लेकिन दुनिया में इंडिया की सभ्यता को दिखाने का सबसे बड़ा स्थान होगा। और ये काम आज की गति से चल रहा है। उसको जोड़ते हुए आज की कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन हुआ है। मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। मोदी जी का विजन को चरितार्थ करने के लिए सोनवाल जी और उनकी टीम आगे बढ़ रही है। उनको अनेक अनेक शुभेच्छाएं। आप सब लोग उत्साह से इस कॉन्क्लेव में जुड़े हैं, आपको भी अभिनंदन। धन्यवाद।
आपके प्रेरणादायक शब्दों के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। And now I would like to take the honor to give a warm welcome and with a huge round of applause to the Honorable Deputy CM and Minister of Arts and Culture Bihar, Shri Vijay Kumar Sinha. May I request Shri Lakshman, the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, to kindly felicitate him with a necklace of beads, which is a replica of beads made with the same technology as it was used by the Harappans almost 5,000 years ago. Thank you, sir, for taking out your precious time for us and joining us today. And now it's my great honor and privilege to invite the Honorable Minister of PSW, the Port, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal ji, to kindly come forward and share your esteemed remarks with all of us.
इसको ले जाओ, इसको उठा दो। उठा दो, ठीक है। Namaskar. Today, in this very important conclave, we have the kind presence of Honorable Indian Minister for Labor and Employment, Sports and Youth Affairs, respected Mansukh Mandavia ji, Honorable Indian Minister for Culture and Tourism, respected Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, respected Union Minister for State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Santanu Thakurji, respected Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Vijay Kumar Sinha ji, respected Minister from Arunachal Pradesh, Bhuram Wagi ji, Minister for Goa, Alexio Sikuria ji, respected Minister from Uttar Pradesh, Dayasankar Singh ji, respected Admiral Devendra Kumar Joshi ji, and the Secretary, Ministry of Port Shipping Waterways, T.K. Ramachandran ji, all the dignitaries, scholars present here today. I am delighted to welcome you all to this very, very important, meaningful conclave based on India maritime heritage. So I believe this particular subject will inspire every participant to have brainstorming discussion and also to provide best possible input to the making of this particular conclave a grand success. It is an honor to stand before you today as we gather for the India Maritime Heritage Conclave 2024. This is a moment to celebrate India's glorious maritime heritage, a legacy that has shaped not only our nation, but also the history of the world. It is also a moment to reflect on how we can honor, preserve, and learn from this extraordinary past as we navigate towards the future. The theme of this year's conclave, Quest for Understanding India's Position in Global Maritime History, is both timely and important. It allows us to delve deeper into our rich maritime heritage, acknowledge India's contribution to global maritime trade, science, and culture, and explore how to build on this legacy in the 21st century. India has always been a land deeply connected to the sea, with a coastline stretching over 7,500 kilometers. The ocean has been our partner for thousands of years. Our ancestors were pioneers of the sea, building some of the most remarkable ports and harbors of the ancient world. Our great nation, with its rich and diverse history, has been a maritime nation for over 5,000 years. From the Harappan civilization to the present day, our connection with the sea has profoundly shaped our culture, economy, and worldview. We engage in trade with Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Persian Gulf, trading items like beads, jewelry, and cotton. Ancient ports like Lothal, Kaveri, Pattinam, Malappuram, and Mujijir were thriving center of trade,
bustling with ships carrying goods, ideas, and culture to the distant shore. These ports were not just places of commerce, but also gateway of connection, where civilization met, exchanged, and enriched each other. In the medieval period, our role in the spice trade was unparalleled. Indian merchants not only traded with Arabia, China, and South Asia, but also established the Silk Road of the sea, facilitating the exchange of goods, culture, and ideas. The story of India's maritime heritage is a story of innovation, courage, and vision. The dockyard at Lothal, for example, stands as a marvel ancient engineering, one of the oldest known in the world. Our heritage is not only about trade, it is also about culture. The sea brought more than wealth to our shore. It brought new ideas, religious, arts, and music. The Cholas, with their powerful navy, spread Indian culture far and wide, establishing connection with Southeast Asia that continue to influence those regions even today. The ocean was not just a route for commerce, but also a bridge of understanding, a reminder that the sea unites more than it divides. Our shipbuilding expertise is another crucial aspect of our maritime legacy. Ancient texts like the Yukti Kalpataru provide detailed instruction on shipbuilding large, durable ships. Our seafarers mastered the monsoon winds, turning them into pathways that brought prosperity and knowledge. Mastering the monsoon winds allowed them to trade efficiently across the Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal. Today, as we look back at this proud history, we also recognize our responsibility to protect it. Maritime heritage is not just about preserving artifacts or old tales. It is about keeping alive the spirit of exploration, innovation, sustainability that defined our ancestors. Under the visionary guidance and leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, National Maritime Heritage Complex at Lothal is a step in that direction, a place where we will bring our maritime past to life for future generations. It will showcase the brilliance of our ancestors while inspiring young minds to carry forward their legacy. These are the values we need today as we face challenges like climate change, environmental degradation, and global instability. This conclave is a platform for dialogue and collaboration. It is an opportunity to bring together scholars, policymakers, and maritime professionals to exchange ideas and craft solutions for the future. Together we can ensure that India's maritime culture remains a source of pride and inspiration for generations to come. In conclusion, I'd like to remind all of us of something simple but powerful. The ocean is not just a resource, it is a legacy. It has given us food, trade, and prosperity, but it has also given us stories, wisdom, and identity. let us honor this legacy by working together to preserve our maritime heritage. And as we look to the future, we are committed to reviving its maritime heritage and reclaiming its rightful place as a global maritime leader. With these few words, I sincerely thank to all of you present here today. I am confident that whatever we are doing today, it will give a lot of impetus to the growth of our heritage for the future. Because this particular conclave is being organized under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And in the last 10 years, whatever success stories are being created, it is only happening only because of our able leadership of our Honorable Prime Ministers. And today, it is his direction and also his vision which is helping us all the time to put our best possible effort to the growth of maritime trade, maritime industry, and maritime voices. And I hope all the participant event, I especially welcome to all the scholars and domain experts from the countries UK, Cambodia, Sri Lanka, Italy, Greece, Oman, Iraq, Philippines, Japan, Thailand, and Vietnam. Welcome. I hope that your participation will definitely make this conclave a very, very meaningful and productive one. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing such inspirational words with all of us. And now it's our privilege to express our heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed dignitaries who have graced the India Maritime Heritage Conclave 2024 with their presence and invaluable insights. Well, to honor their contributions and to commemorate this auspicious occasion, we would like to present mementos as a token of our deepest appreciation and respect to them. May I now request the Joint Secretary MOPSW, Shri T.K. Ramachandran, to express the gratitude by presenting the memento, first of all, to the Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal ji. Please give them a huge round of applause. And let me tell you, the mementos given to the prestigious dignitaries on the dais depicts 12th to 13th century CE royal barge made of precious stones from Orissa. Now we'll move forward to felicitate and give the memento to the Honorable Minister of Labour and Employment and Youth Affairs and Sports, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia ji. Applause should continue for the next memento being presented by Shri Ramachandran ji to the Honorable Minister of Culture and Tourism, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji. And after this, to the Honorable Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Shantanu Thakur ji. Your presence has truly enriched this conclave, and we are immensely grateful for all your support. Thank you so much, all of you. And now would like to invite on the dais Mr. Lakshman, the Joint Secretary MOPSW, to kindly share his vote of thanks with all of us.
Firstly, I would like to thank Honorable Minister Shri Sarbananda Sonowal, Honorable Minister for Port, Shipping and Waterways, for his guidance, inspiration and leadership in organizing this event, as well as in the development of National Maritime Heritage Complex. I also would like to thank Dr. Mansukh Mandavia Honorable Minister for Labor and Employment and Youth Affairs and Sports, for taking time out and being with us on this occasion, and also his inputs and guidance in the development of NMHC. Would also like to thank Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Honorable Minister of Culture and Tourism, for being with us today and also supporting in the development of NMHC project. Would like to thank Shri Shantanu Thakur, Honorable Minister of State, Port Shipping and Waterways, for his guidance and support. Would also like to thank Shri Vijay Kumar Sinha, Honorable Deputy CM Bihar, Shri Biyuram Wage, Honorable Minister, Arunachal Pradesh, Shri Dayashankar Singh, Honorable Minister, Transport, Uttar Pradesh, Shri Alexio Sekiro, Honorable Minister, Goa, and Mr. Devendra Kumar Joshi, Lieutenant Governor of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Would also like to thank Dr. Shinde, Chairman of Curation Committee, NMHC, who has been instrumental in putting together this event. And also would like to thank all the speakers, panelists, and participants who have accepted our invitation and are here with us today. Would also like to thank the media and organizers of this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and your vote of thanks. May I request all our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward for the photo op. Thank you so much, all of you, for gracing this auspicious day with your presence. We are really grateful to have you all here. May I please request you all to kindly give them a round of applause as they graced us, took out their precious time to grace this India Maritime Heritage Conclave 2024. And after this, we are taking a short and crisp tea and networking break for just 5 minutes, and we'll gather back again here in the hall for our keynote addresses. Thank you. Shri Jagdeep Dhankar, who has graced this Maritime Heritage Conclave 2024 in India with his esteemed presence. May I request you all to give a huge, huge round of applause to the Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankar, who is here with us. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out your precious time and joining us at this auspicious day. Let me tell you, the Honorable Vice President has been a guiding force in upholding the principles of democracy and governance in our country. His deep understanding of India's heritage and commitment to the nation's progress makes his presence here particularly significant. We are also privileged to have the other dignitaries with us. Thank you so much, sir. May I request you all to kindly take your respective seats on the dais. As I told you all that we are also privileged to have the Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarbananda Sonowalji with us today. Under his leadership, India's maritime sector has been revitalized, contributing significantly to our economic growth and global stature. In just a few minutes, we will witness a special felicitation ceremony where Shri Sarbananda Sonowalji will honor Shri Jagdeep Dhankar, the Honorable Vice President of India, celebrating his invaluable contributions to our country. But before that, let me take a moment to reflect on why this conclave is significant for us. Now, this India Maritime Heritage Conclave 2024 celebrates India's glorious maritime legacy, a history that dates back the thousands of years from the ancient ports, cities of Lothal to the naval expeditions of the Chola Empire. India's maritime history is a testament to our cultural exchanges and trade dominance which shaped the course of world history. And in today's context, as India emerges as a global maritime power, this event is really auspicious for all of us. Please put your hands together for the Honorable Vice President of India and all the other dignitaries and the Honorable Ministers who are amongst us right now. Now we'll begin the felicitation ceremony of the Honorable Vice President of India by the Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways with a huge round of applause. Let me tell you that we are felicitating the Honorable Vice President of India with a necklace of beads, which is a replica of beads made with the same technology as was used by Harappans almost 5,000 years ago. Along with this, a bouquet of flowers. And after this, the memento. Let me tell you, the memento is given to the prestigious dignitaries on the dais depicts 12th to 13th century CE royal barge made of precious stones from Odisha. Now we'll move forward for the felicitation of Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Patel ji, by the Secretary of MOPSW, T.K. Ramachandran ji. May I request you all to give him a warm welcome with a huge round of applause. Along with presenting a necklace of beads to the Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, we are presenting a memento also to express our heartfelt gratitude for him to grace us on this auspicious day. Thank you so much. And now we have a welcome address by the Honorable Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarbananda Sonowalji. May I request you, sir, to kindly come forward and address the gathering with your kind words all over again.
Namaskar.
Respected Sri Jagdeep Dhankarji, the Honorable Vice President of India, respected Bhupendra Patelji, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, respected Santanu Thakurji, Union Minister for Ports, Shipping, Waterways, and respected dignitaries present on the dais, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you at the India Maritime Heritage Complex 2024. Today marks a significant chapter in the rich maritime history of our great nation, and we are truly delighted to have the Honorable Vice President of India, Sri Jagdeep Dhankarji, gracing this event with his esteemed presence. Sir, your leadership and unwavering commitment to the progress of India inspire us all, and your presence here today further strengthened our collective resolve to preserve and promote our maritime legacy. India, with its vast coastline, strategic location, and a history of seafaring, has always been a maritime nation. Our ancestors, from the Indus Valley civilization to the Solis dynasty, laid the foundation of maritime trade, cultural exchanges, and innovation. The maritime heritage of India is not just a testament to our glorious past, but a living, breathing part of our present and future. As we continue to strengthen our maritime capabilities, the importance of our heritage cannot be overstated. The National Maritime Heritage Complex at Lothal, Gujarat, is a prime example of the Government of India's commitment to preserving and celebrating this legacy. Lothal, one of the most important Harappan cities, was a thriving maritime hub over 5,000 years ago. The National Maritime Heritage Complex will serve as a monumental tribute to India's ancient maritime history, bringing to life the technological advancement, trade route, and cultural exchanges that our ancestors pioneered. The vision of Virasat Bhi, Viksit Bhi, articulated by Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, reflect India's commitment to balancing the preservation of its rich cultural heritage with the pursuit of modern development. This vision emphasizes that India's heritage is not a relic of the past, but a living, evolving part of the nation's future. It calls for the protection, promotion, and celebration of our ancient tradition, art, and craft, while simultaneously focusing on innovation, progress, sustainable development. The development of NMAC aligned perfectly with the Prime Minister's vision of a new India, where we are not only reclaiming our past, but also preparing for a future where India is a dominant force in the global maritime sector. The India Maritime Heritage Complex is an effort to celebrate this heritage, reflect on our achievement, and chart the course for the future India's maritime sector. This gathering of thought leaders, policymakers, industry experts, and academia reflect our collective commitment to advancing India as a global maritime power. The vision for India's maritime future is closely aligned with the government of India's goal of achieving Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliant India, ensuring sustainable and resilient ports, modern shipping, and the preservation of our rich maritime tradition. We recognize that maritime development and heritage go hand in hand, and this conclave is a step towards bridging the past and the future. Together, let us work towards ensuring that India's maritime legacy continues to thrive for generations to come. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you present here today, and a special thanks to the Honorable Vice President of India for being here with us today and helping increase the aura and dignity of the event with his august and dignified presence. With these words, I conclude, and I again extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you present here today. And I am delighted to announce that we have the presence of the renowned delegates from across the world representing 11 countries, Europe and Southeast Asia. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we feel truly fortunate and honored to receive a special message from the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, on this remarkable maritime heritage of our great nation. So to read out the Honorable Prime Minister's message, I would like to take the privilege of inviting Shri T.K. Ramachandran, the Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, to kindly come forward.
Thank you. The message from the Honorable Prime Minister of India. It is reassuring to learn about the country's first India Maritime Heritage Conclave, organized by the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways at New Delhi. Heartiest congratulations and greetings to everyone associated with the conclave. Our earliest scriptures are replete with references to the seas and to Varuna, the god of seas and oceans. Samudra Manthan is among the earliest manifestations of the connections of sea with life and prosperity. Blessed with a long, rich maritime legacy, India's strategic location in the Indian Ocean and long coastline make it a maritime power. The maritime connections led to trade, cultural and diplomatic ties with other civilizations. Be it for spices, beads, jewelry, cotton, or the richness of our culture, the thriving sea lanes served as bridges of commercial and intellectual exchange. For centuries, this nurtured global trade, providing a pathway to the growth and prosperity of many nations. That a historic consensus has been reached on the India-Middle East Europe Economic Corridor during the G20 summit reflects the linkages of the past with our present and future. With the development of the National Maritime Heritage Complex at the ancient port city of Lothal, the wheel seems to have turned a full circle for India. As we march ahead towards realizing the vision of building Viksit Bharat by 2047, further strengthening the maritime framework for this 21st century is integral to our efforts. I'm sure that the deliberations at the conclave will enable India to not just take pride in her rich maritime heritage, but also draw up a futuristic blueprint that enables her to become a global hub and become a leading maritime player. May the first India Maritime Heritage Conclave generate new waves of success. Narendra Modi. Thank you.
So with this inspirational message that we received from the Honorable Prime Minister of India, we would now move forward, and it's my distinct honor and privilege to invite the Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Patel ji, to kindly come forward and address this esteemed gathering with his kind words.
केंद्र सरकार के जल मार्ग मंत्रालय द्वारा आयोजित इंडिया मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉन्क्लेव कार्यक्रम में हमारे बीच मंच पर उपस्थित माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति श्री जगदीप धनखड़ जी, केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री सर्बानंद जी सोनोवाल, अंडमान निकोबार के लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर श्री एडमिरल देवेंद्र कुमार जोशी, राज्य मंत्री श्री शांतनु कुमार, अरुणाचल प्रदेश के स्वास्थ्य मंत्री श्री बीयूराम वागे, केंद्रीय सचिव श्री टीके रामचंद्रन, उपस्थित सभी अधिकारीगण, पोर्ट सेक्टर से जुड़े हुए सभी महानुभाव, नेवल के कैडेट्स, प्रेस मीडिया के मित्र, आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। इंडिया मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉन्क्लेव के उद्घाटन अवसर में उपस्थित आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। मैं भारत सरकार का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने मुझे इस महत्वपूर्ण कॉन्क्लेव में गुजरात की बात रखने का अवसर दिया है। हमारे विश्व नेता और भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी हमेशा मैरीटाइम सेक्टर के पोटेंशियल का सर्वोत्तम उपयोग करने की बात करते हैं। आज का यह कार्यक्रम उनके इस विचार को एक कदम आगे ले जाने में मददगार साबित होगा। मुझे विश्वास है कि प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा शुरू किया गया यह इनिशिएटिव मैरीटाइम सेक्टर के बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस के एक्सचेंज के साथ मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज के संवर्धन का भी मंच बनेगा। प्रधानमंत्री जी के विकसित भारत के सपने को पूरा करने के लिए मैरीटाइम सेक्टर को और लार्ज स्केल पर डेवलप करना और उसे आधुनिक बनाना आवश्यक है। इतिहास साक्षी है कि हमारा देश पुराने जमाने में जब सोने की चिड़िया था तब उसमें मैरीटाइम सेक्टर का बहुत ही बड़ा रोल था। जहां तक गुजरात में मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज की बात है तो हमारे पास इस सेक्टर का 5000 वर्ष का लंबा इतिहास और लोथल इसका एक जीवंत प्रतीक है। आप सभी यह जानते हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी की प्रेरणा से विश्व का सबसे बड़ा मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज म्यूजियम इस लोथल में बनाने जा रहे हैं। इस प्रोजेक्ट में सबसे बड़ा लाइट हाउस म्यूजियम और सबसे बड़ी ओपन एक्टिव गैलरी का साथ भव्य नेवल म्यूजियम भी बनाया जाएगा। हमने इस हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स के लिए 151 हेक्टेयर जमीन भी भारत सरकार के पोर्ट शिपिंग एंड वाटरवेज मंत्रालय को दी है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2022 के स्वतंत्रता दिवस के अपने संबोधन में पंच प्रण देते हुए कहा था कि हमें अपनी विरासत पर भी गौरव करना चाहिए। हमारी समुद्री विरासत पूर्वजों द्वारा हमें दी गई ऐसी ही एक बहुमूल्य विरासत है। हमारे इतिहास की ऐसी कई गाथा हैं जिसके बारे में आज की पीढ़ी नहीं जानती है। अपने इस भव्य इतिहास को आज की पीढ़ी और आने वाली पीढ़ियां भी सदियों तक याद रखे, इसके लिए ये म्यूजियम एक महत्वपूर्ण केंद्र साबित होगा। गुजरात के पास देश में सबसे अधिक 1600 किलोमीटर लंबी कोस्ट लाइन है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जब गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री थे तब उन्होंने हमारी मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज को रिजुवेनेट करने के लिए पोर्टलैंड इकोनॉमी का मंत्र दिया था और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की इसी प्रेरणा से हम आज भारत में सी रूट ट्रेड हेतु विश्व को देश के लिए ग्लोबल गेटवे बन रहे हैं। गुजरात के यही पोर्टलैंड डेवलपमेंट और वर्ल्ड क्लास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के कारण ग्लोबल कंपनीज इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए गुजरात को अपनी पहली पसंद बनाता है। मुझे आप सब ये कहते हुए गौरव हो रहा है कि टोटल 49 पोर्ट्स के साथ गुजरात 38% कार्गो हैंडलिंग करते हुए देश में सबसे आगे हैं। हमारा लक्ष्य है कि 2047 तक हम 2000 मिलियन मैट्रिक टन पर एनम कार्गो हैंडलिंग क्षमता हासिल करें। इसके लिए हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट, इन्वेस्टमेंट, ग्रीनफील्ड पोर्ट्स के डेवलपमेंट, उनके मॉडर्नाइजेशन और एक्सपांशन पर विशेष ध्यान दे रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी की विकसित भारत के सपने को साकार करने में मैरीटाइम सेक्टर निश्चित ही बड़ी भूमिका निभाने वाला है। आदरणीय नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के विकास भी और विरासत की भी मंत्र को चरितार्थ करते हुए मैरीटाइम सेक्टर और मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज के डेवलपमेंट के लिए हम सभी साथ मिलकर काम करें। इस अपेक्षा और इस कॉन्क्लेव की सफलता की शुभकामनाएं के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। भारत माता की जय। वंदे मातरम। जय जय गरवी गुजरात।
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your kind words with us. And now, it's truly an honor and privilege to have with us today the Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Jagdeep Dhankarji, a distinguished leader whose dedication to the nation and profound insights inspire us all. May I now humbly invite the Honorable Vice President of India to kindly share his valuable insights with all of us.
Good afternoon, all of you. Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarbanand Sonowalji, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, and his presence on this day is very significant. His address has been remarkable, duly complimenting the initiatives which Sonowalji has taken. Sonowalji unfolded and Shri Bhupender Patel ji took it forward. Congratulations, Bhupender ji. Shri Shantanu Thakur, Honorable Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Shri B.U. Ram Wagheji, Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Water Resources, Government of Arunachal Pradesh. Shri Alexio Sikuria, Honorable Minister of Ports, Government of Goa. Admiral Devendra Kumar Joshi, Lieutenant Governor of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Shri T.K. Ramchandran, Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, and distinguished audience. It is my distinct privilege to be part of India Maritime Heritage Conclave 2024, where we converge to celebrate our illustrious maritime legacy while charting India's future trajectory in global maritime affairs. Indeed, unique and impactful presence of historians, archaeologists, policymakers, and everyone connected with this particular domain, including people from industry. And this gathering, therefore, is indicative that the initiative, first of its kind, in this domain will go a long way. Distinguished audience, let me share with you. For last decade, we have seen many firsts in this country. This is one amongst many firsts in this country where initiatives have been taken in varied fields. This one in maritime heritage. Our maritime heritage is inextricably woven into the fabric of India's ancient civilization, encompassing centuries of trade, cultural cross-pollination, and profound mythological significance. Our civilizational ethos and heritage of thousands of years is well complemented also by maritime heritage. The Indus Valley civilization, anchored by the pioneering ports of Lothal, to which the Honorable Chief Minister made reference, and he was fully blushed, and rightly so. And Dholavira established India's early maritime preeminence as evidenced by archaeological discoveries in Bahrain and Oman. Distinguished audience, Chanakya's Arthashastra meticulously outlined naval administration, while the Mauryan Empire's maritime influence extended deep into Southeast Asia, leaving an indelible cultural legacy epitomized by Cambodia's majestic Angkor Wat complex. I had the occasion to be there at Angkor Wat. One has to see to believe it. And therefore, presence of our foreign friends from Southeast Asia and Europe is very significant. And my heartiest warm welcome to them on this great occasion. These southern dynasties, Chola, Chera, and Pandya, revolutionized maritime commerce, followed by remarkable achievements during the Vijayanagar Empire under the Kalikat's visionary Jamorin rulers. Constraint of time, I am not reflecting in detail, but it is very interesting, informative, knowledgeable, and absorbing. This maritime complex, heritage complex, will be enlightening to inquisitive minds. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's formidable naval force successfully challenged foreign dominion, while Indian maritime expertise found testament when a Gujarati navigator guided Vasco da Gama to our shores. The Indian Navy's sacred motto, Shano Vrunae, eloquently embodies our enduring respect for maritime forces. And it translates, may the Lord of the water be auspicious unto us. Distinguished audience, this is the spirit and essence of our civilizational ethos. The National Maritime Heritage Complex in Lothal exemplifies unwavering commitment to honoring our seafaring legacy while inspiring future generations. And let me tell you, distinguished audience, it is gratifying to note that this is one of the several initiatives taken by the government in last decade in these directions. Modern India's maritime prowess manifests across all domains with its impressive 7,500 kilometer coastline, 13 major ports, and 200 non-major ports, establishing it as an undisputed maritime powerhouse. Our port's remarkable annual handling capacity of 1,200 million tons of cargo underscores the maritime sector's pivotal role in our economic landscape. The maritime sector facilitates an extraordinary 95% of India's trade volume, and that accounts for 70% of its value, capitalizing on our strategic Indian Ocean position. India is strategically developing its blue economy, emphasizing sustainable ocean resource utilization for economic growth and employment generation. With the global blue economy projected to reach $6 trillion by 2030, India's maritime sector stands poised to play a transformative role in our emergence as the world's third largest economy. The visionary Sagarmala program seamlessly integrates ports with industrial clusters, optimizing logistic networks and fostering comprehensive coastal development. The Coastal Shipping Bill 2024 streamlines regulatory frameworks and enhances multi-modal trade connectivity. Distinguished audience, as a matter of fact, during last decade, we have unshackled ourselves from colonial legacy also with respect to laws. And our laws are very forward-looking when it comes to harnessing modern technologies, including disruptive technologies. As a matter of fact, we are at the cusp of new industrial revolution. And this new industrial revolution, the audience will be happy to take note. India is amongst frontline nations. India stands today as an emerging maritime powerhouse, strategically leveraging our geographical location and advanced infrastructure to spearhead global maritime initiatives. Through sophisticated maritime diplomacy, particularly initiatives like Sagar, security and growth for all in the region, we are fostering robust international partnerships and ensuring regional stability across the Indo-Pacific. Rule-based order is quintessence, and India is taking initiatives and lead to ensure that there is larger subscription to rule-based regime on seas. I am quite confident and optimistic that this two-day Maritime Heritage Conclave 2024 renews our collective dedication to honoring our maritime legacy while advancing towards sustainable innovation. Honorable members, India has seen phenomenal economic upsurge, exponential infrastructural growth, deep digitization. It has put itself on way to becoming third largest global economy just in a year or two. India, a developed nation, is no longer a dream. It is a goal that will surely be attained. India is no longer a nation with a potential. India is on the rise. The rise is unstoppable. Global institutions have accoladed India's progress as a role model for the rest of the world. We certainly have to take pride that global institutions like the IMF, the World Bank, the World Economic Forum hold out India as favorite destination of investment and opportunity. In any field, be it sea, blue economy, be it on land, be it in sky, or be it in space, India's rise is phenomenal. Our marathon march to 2047, when we celebrate centenary of our independence as a developed nation, is being fueled by our youth, by our citizens. And this engine, let me assure you, distinguished audience, is firing on all cylinders. And India's rise in any field is auspicious for global harmony, global peace. On global fora, most recently, G20, India has demonstrated to the world we believe in global inclusivity. And that is why 3 distinct steps taken. Inclusion of African Union as a member of G20. Bringing on radar, bringing in deep focus Global South. And with respect to maritime, chartering a route, land, sea and land again, that existed long back. And therefore, when such kind of initiatives are taken so successfully, I find it imperative to extend my profound appreciation those who are bringing it about, the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, the Government of Gujarat, and all distinguished contributors to this momentous event. But I gather from the Honorable Minister that in the audience we have, as I indicated earlier, our friends from Europe and Southeast Asia, historians, archaeologists, policymakers, those who are interested in this discipline in particular, and those who are in industry that bears upon this sector. I have no doubt we will be achieving significantly beyond our expectations in coming years. Together, let us chart our course forward, a prosperous and sustainable maritime future that honors our past while embracing the possibilities of tomorrow. I am grateful to the Honorable Minister for having afforded me this opportunity to be witness to an occasion which is first of its kind and an addition to many first of its kind steps that the government under Prime Minister Narendra Modi has taken. Thank you so much.
For sharing your kind words with us. And after this, I would now request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem, our Rashtragan.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
National Maritime Heritage Complex that we are developing at the site of Lothal. I'm sure that everybody is talking about the site of Lothal. I would like to thank the Archaeological Survey of India and Dr. S.R. Rao for excavating the site of Lothal and bringing to light the world's earliest dockyard, dated to around 4,500 years old. And close to this, maybe around 2.5 kilometers as crow flies, we are developing the world's biggest national maritime heritage complex. And the National Maritime Heritage Museum is one of the important components of this. So we have developed the content and the concept of the museum, and our plan is to showcase the entire maritime history right from the beginning of the maritime seafarers, the Harappans, till today. And the entire museum is divided into 14 different galleries, out of which maybe the first 6 galleries are going to be developed, and perhaps soon they will be ready. And the whole world is going to witness this remarkable national maritime, the first museum of its kind in the country. And personally, I would like to thank the Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, for his vision of this particular museum. And because of this particular vision that we are going to realize, the showcasing of the entire maritime history right from Gujarat to Bengal, and including the union territories. And this will be done, in fact, in 2 phases. Can I have the next one, please? Okay, this museum is coming up at Lothal, and which is well connected to major cities, in fact, in Gujarat. And the reason behind choosing this particular spot, there are 2 reasons, of course. One is that we have the earliest dockyard here, and secondly, this project is coming up in a remote area, and it is transforming the entire economic condition of this region. And this is a model project, in fact, that is happening in the country. So this is these are the remains excavated by the Archaeological Survey of India, and the structure that you see here, that is the earliest dockyard anywhere, in fact, in the world, built by the Harappans. And the Harappans, as we have done a lot of research. They have tremendous contact, in fact, both hinterland as well as the international contacts. And based on the actual evidence, we have been able to recreate the Harappan hinterland trade route as well as the maritime trade route. So, the genesis, the whole project, in fact, was conceived, in fact, in 2019. And, we started developing the content and the concept of this. And what we did, in fact, based on the actual research, whatever research has been done by various scholars, we have gathered the information from that. No information is taken from Google or Wikipedia. This is all based on the research that we have done. And, a lot of scholars have contributed to this. We also, in fact, developed the content. We had committees for, each and every gallery, subject-wise. And, that committee had vetted the entire content that we had developed. And most of the members of that committee are present here. So this, this has been talked. I will not take much time. So here, in fact, this is the entire plan. And now you can see that, the part of the museum that is coming up, that is on the northern side of the plant. And on the southern side, of course, we have the water tank and other facilities. So this is, these are the different components of the museum and the complex that is coming up at Lothal. I'll just quickly, flip through these photographs. And, the part that we are developing, phase 1A, that part can be seen here. This is the details of the entire museum, and the part that is being developed in phase 1A, that is also visible in this. So these are the different galleries that we are developing, and we are starting with the first gallery, the orientation and the oceanic mythologies. We are going to have discussion on these. But here, as I said, that based on the research, that we are going to showcase the various aspects of mythologies, the science of sea, and also the movement of the prehistoric people. In the second gallery, that is the Harappan gallery, the Harappans, the pioneer seafarers. Again, as I say, that based on the research, we are developing this particular gallery, and we are showcasing the importance of the hinterland trade and how it has led to the international trade. But what is interesting here, that we do not want to only showcase the history of the maritime history of the Harappans, but how the maritime history of the Harappans have helped them in developing the urbanization and how the culture was growing. So that part also is being showcased here, and a detailed contact with maybe Oman, with Bahrain, Mesopotamia, and Egypt. So all will be displayed at this particular museum, in this particular gallery. Next, of course, is the post-Harappan, the impact of the climate change. After the decline of the Harappans, in fact, a lot of developments happening outside the Harappan region. A lot of the early farming communities, Neolithic, Chalcolithic communities, they emerged, and they had very interesting and very important role to play in developing and continuing the maritime trade, mostly along the coastal part of India, mostly on the western part of India. Then we have also India's contact with Greco-Roman world, and here, of course, we have a lot of data. So again, we are going to showcase the the trade that happened between this the Roman world and the Indian subcontinent, and what are the objects which were traded between these. Apart from objects, in fact, we also are showcasing the ideas that have flown from both the ways, and this will be a very elaborate and one of the biggest galleries that are developing at the site. We also have one special exhibition hall where we can keep periodically changing the exhibit, and this will be useful for us because through this we'll be able to generate some funding, in fact, some revenue, and that revenue can be used for the upkeep and the maintenance of the museum and the complex. The next is, of course, I would like to thank again the Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard, because they are developing this particular gallery, and this is going to be the biggest Indian Navy and Coast Guard gallery at Lothal. The other important features of this is that they are not only showcasing the evolution of the Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard, but also some of the maybe vessels that were used for various purposes. Those vessels also will be displayed, and that work is in full swing, and the entire this gallery is being developed by the Indian Navy and the Coast Guard. Then we have, of course, cultural trade and cultural relations with Southeast Asia and beyond. I think we have both, in fact, the literary sources and the archaeological sources through which we are extracting information. And again, we want to showcase how the trade with the Southeast Asia has helped, in fact, both in fact India and the other countries, and how the ideas, how the lot of aspects like the languages have traveled, the religions have traveled, and various philosophies have traveled. So that part also will be showcased. And what are the infrastructure that was developed during this particular phase? That will be also showcased in fact here. Then we have, maritime tradition of Gujarat. Gujarat has a very rich maritime tradition. And again, we are showcasing, the maritime history right from the Harappans till today. And there are various phases of the maritime development in Gujarat that will be showcased in this particular gallery. The age of Emporia and this contact. So particularly the later time, after 6th, 7th century CE, a lot of developments have happened, a lot of contacts have happened between India and Southeast Asia. And again, how the maybe various aspects from India, like architecture, philosophy, religions have traveled, and how they have impacted, and what are the ideas and the cultural impact coming from that part, in India. So that part also will be showcased here. Then we have a very important gallery, that is the Maratha naval power, and how this Maratha naval power, that is considered to be the roots of the Indian Navy, and how Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj was able to develop these, not only to check the European powers, but through this he was able to safeguard the coastal resources and also some of the important installations in fact here. So, the other developments and the infrastructure that were taken place during this particular period, that will be also showcased in this particular gallery. Then we have the arrivals of the European, that is the next gallery, and right from the arrival of the Vasco da Gama to India, 1497, 98. So that part will be showcased here, and how the European powers, have struggled in fact to control the trade and the commerce in the Indian subcontinent, and how they have used in fact the sources for their own development, and how the India was impacted because of this. So that part also will be showcased here. Then we have a special children gallery. I think a lot of ideas have come from Bihar Museum, and I would like to thank the the Director General of Bihar Museum and the other staff of Bihar Museum for giving this input. So we are developing this one of the state-of-the-art children gallery where the children can come and they get first-hand information. They can get to handle some of the objects, and they will be able to do a lot of play in this area. Then, of course, a lot of activities, particularly the shipbuilding activity, continues from Harappan times till today. And we have different centers in the country, particularly along the coast, and the methods that they are using for construction. I think a lot of methods have been continued for thousands of years without any change. So that part also will be showcased here. And we have some craftsmen, in fact, who are actually doing this particular work. So maybe when you visit the exhibition, you can meet the actual craftsmen who develop this or who build the traditional ships and boats in the country. And also the traditional navigation system, how it has evolved, in fact, from the early times till today. So that part also will showcase in this particular gallery. And we have the, very important development that has happened after the independence and the contribution of the Indian, shipping companies, the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, their contribution to the development of, various activities in the country. So they will be also showcased here. So these are some of the, displays that are going to be, is happening, in fact, at the museum. These are the important attractions at the site. So this is how, this, some of these have been already installed, some of the Navy artifacts. And this is going to be the important contribution and also attraction for the visitors. These are the, this is the reception area of the museum. This is the overall plan. In the center, in fact, we are developing not the local town, but the Harappan era township, where we are using the evidence from some of the important Harappan cities excavated by us, like Dholavira, Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, and Lothal. So all the aspects of these cities will be integrated to develop this particular Harappan era township here. It will be life size. Also, one of the key attraction here will be the underwater theming that we are developing. So, so this will be developed, in fact, as a part of this. And, we are showcasing, different aspects, in fact, right from the heritage to maybe, we are also showcasing the importance of the environmental changes, etc., that have taken place. So this underwater theming will be one of the important components of this. This will be, maybe important attraction for the visitors also. So how this museum is going to look like, in fact, once it is complete. It's a part of that. We are developing, some of the, the state pavilions also, and that will be also important and huge attraction for the visitors. One of the tallest lighthouse museum is coming up here, so we are, developing and showcasing the development of lighthouses in the country. And, as was mentioned in the inaugural address, we are developing one of the tallest lighthouse museums here. This is how it will look like once it is complete. This is the area where the coastal pavilions will come up. And this is how the coastal pavilions will come up. In fact, people are going to enjoy this particular part. This is also going to be attraction. So these are all, people, our idea is that people come here and stay for a couple of days. So for them, maybe amusement park and various facilities like hotels, restaurants, a theme park, the monumental theme park, all will be part of this. So this is how the pavilions and that area will look like. Some of the hotels that we are proposing here. Thank you very much. I just wanted to give you the brief idea about, the museum that is coming up, the National Maritime Heritage Museum that is coming up. And I think, we are going to have discussion, in fact, in various panels. And the input that will, that will be given to us, that will be used, in fact, for maybe refining the content that we are developing. And I think let's, work together for developing this, one of the most prestigious projects in the country. Thank you very much. Now I will invite Sri Sanjeev Ranjanji, who was the Secretary in the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. So, sir, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Sinde, and all the distinguished delegates. I'd like to thank the Ministry, Professor Sinde, for giving me an opportunity to present some of my views. We had started with the National Maritime Heritage Complex, and I was just about learning about our maritime heritage. But I have been working on this area for some time, and I thought I'll share some of my ideas with you. Because the way the galleries have been designed, it is based on the learned inputs received from all the participants who are sitting here. And as we go forward, we got to make it a world-class kind of an institution. I happened to visit Borobudur because of the interest which I come to have in the sector, and this is a photograph which I took there. And then I realized that there is much more than what we know in the regular course of our curriculum. And our curriculum, the way it has been designed, we are exposed to the more Western kind of a reality. And therefore, we don't really get a full idea of the kind of heritage that we had. As a raw and replicating the entire model, as Professor Sinde has explained, has now firmly in place. We are going forward with it. But the facts which are given here, we are all aware of it. But we also got to acknowledge that while these facts are known to all of us, but the common narrative is hugely distorted, and the bias that we have in our literature of Western scholars remain. In our school curriculum, it remains. And therefore, we are not aware of our maritime heritage in the true sense. And I suppose this conclave should work towards setting that right. The national maritime heritage should work towards setting that narrative right. That's very important. And therefore, while the facts are known, the way the history has been written and taught to us has been distorted because of various considerations. I'm not going to go through the facts, which we all know and our scholars know here. And the objective of the Western scholars was different, to put the perspective in a different manner. And therefore, what we learnt at school, these realities were hidden. We talked of all kinds of other things. And the biases are clear. For example, the Macedonians who came, the literature says it is because of that the ports started in India. We were insular kind of an economy and we opened up because of that. Is a kind of narrative that is given. And all that is done to justify the presence of colonial powers here, to be able to extract things out of our country. And that's a narrative which gets imprinted in our minds, and that is what we keep taking it forward. That narrative has to be set right. And for example, even now, we think that Vasco da Gama, the Europeans finding the new world was certainly a path changer for the world, but as far as we are concerned, we are firmly in place. We're in the center of activity. Vasco da Gama coming to India certainly would have opened up new routes for the Europeans to come here. But we were trading through the older routes, through to Europe. A new route came up, and therefore the Western European powers came into play, and a new kind of economy developed. But before that, we were very much in the center of things. It is not that something great happened. It is because of these things happening that we tend to lose out. Quite a few things which we had were compromised. And then we are rewriting the history, trying to rediscover. And this reality has to be understood, and our younger generation should understand it very clearly. This is the kind of thing, for example, we celebrate the National Maritime Day on the 5th of April because in 1964, the first Indian vessel, from 1964, because in 1905, the first Indian vessel sailed from Bombay to London. We all celebrate as National Maritime Day. By doing that, do we acknowledge we didn't have much of a maritime history before? Do we do that? I personally, when we were celebrating this, I thought it was a great day that we are doing. And we take it forward year after year. But in the process, our younger generation don't think of what was there before that. And these kind of narratives which we are now firmly imprinted in our textbook curriculum, in the way we do things today, have to be questioned and set right. We still have live tradition. For example, in Odisha, you have the Bal Yatra, the Boita Bandhana, which is celebrated every year on a particular day, and that tradition is from 3rd century BC. Why not we celebrate that kind of an event so that the heritage is remembered by all of us? While doing further research, I found that while the Western scholars have given a perspective, but people like you and a lot of other Indian scholars have been working at length for the last 100 years to create those distortions. They're all published. They are part of the kind of the voluminous information that we have. And I just picked up a few things here just to set the perspective right. Now, this is the kind of ports which were in existence at various points of time. I picked up this from Trade in Early India by Ranbir Chakravarti, where again, a lot of learned scholars have given their inputs. And the ports which existed around the world with which India had trade links before 600 BC, between the period 600 to 600 AD, between 600 and 1300. So ports in the Middle East, ports in Southeast Asia, and through these ports in India, both on the western coast and eastern coast, we had linkages, documented this. So this clearly has, this literature is all available. And it is our job in the National Maritime Heritage Complex to be able to put it in the proper perspective. Recently, I came across this book by William Delapierre, which I think tends to at least correct some of the distortions that the Western narrators have told us. The book, The Golden Road, How Ancient India Transformed the World. Now, this tends to correct some of those distortions and puts India in the center of the scheme of world maritime pre-1300. If you look at this map, which is part of the book, you had India in the middle, and the countries around is where the trade took place. The New World was not known. The Atlantic and Pacific trade, which took over later, were not known. So India was the center of world trade till 1300. There's no denying it. How many of our people are able to take pride in this? The route which is marked there is the 6th meridian route which the vessels today ply. Fortunately, from Atlantic to Pacific, we are coming back to the Indian Ocean. The volumes are picking up. So the Golden Road, which is that 6th degree channel, which takes the biggest volume, we are in the process of rebuilding that. Can we make it big again is what I think we have to think about. There are earlier textbooks by Navjot Lahiri, who has tried to, based on the resources, try to map the way the Harappans and the Mohenjo-daro people moved. Then I have just listed out the various periods where the Indian scholars have given the kind of contribution which was there in the Indus Valley, the Vedic age, the Mauryan period, followed by the Guptas, the Golden Age. We all know of Swarnadweep and etc., and the kind of trade which was established, the Cholas, which I'm sure we are going to talk about. But these are all part of the kind of literature that we have. The periplus of the Erythraean Sea acknowledges the ports which were in India. And it is the Romans and the Greeks who used to come through the Middle East into the Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal looking for what they wanted. And we had the established port, which is part of the literature of that time. And it was there which was happening because India was the center of world maritime trade. I suppose the way the world existed, this is what it was. And this reality is something which it's our duty, bonded duty in the National Maritime Heritage Complex and out of this conclave to be able to pass it on to the youngsters. The other map which I picked up from the great ports of Asia in history, which looks at all the ports of Asia, and by Kenny Tiang, who was the curator of the Singapore Museum. And this is a movement which he has charted out based on archaeological evidence of the 1st century BC, where Indian goods would move via Kedah into the Funan region. And the recent excavations there clearly establish Indian idols, replicas, etc. at these places. Now, all these evidence, if we are able to bring it to the Heritage Museum, I think we should be able to present the correct perspective. Talking of countries that we interacted with, I just try to list them out here, which is spread all across the Arabian Sea as well as the Bay of Bengal, the entire Indian Ocean rim, the Egyptian linkages from ancient Egypt civilization, which exist, I'm sure the delegates here would be able to throw more light on that. The Southeast Asian connection, etc., is well established. The Honorable Vice President talked of his visit to Angkor Wat, and what he saw there are things which I suppose need to be elaborated upon. So the kind of movement which used to take place is well documented. Now, putting it in the current perspective and the fact that India was the center of it, and it is later that we lost out is what has to be properly explained. And we have live tradition. For example, Boita Bandhana, which is Bal Yatra, which is celebrated on the Kartik Purnima day. It dates 3rd century BC from the Mauryan and the Kalinga kingdom period, where people still celebrate. Should we not celebrate this day as the National Maritime Heritage Day at least, if not the National Maritime Day? So that youngsters who look at this try to trace out what happened between 3rd century BC till date, rather than talk of National Maritime Day, which is 1905 and forward, and forget about what happened before. So this is one I'll urge all of you to kindly look at it, and maybe if you are able to come at least to this conclusion, that will help set the distortions right, give a clearer and a better perspective to the young generation, and enthuse them to look at our maritime past. There's one little thing which I think if you're able to do it out of the conclave, I think my presentation, I would say, would be worth it. It would have been worth it. So this is my strong urge for all the people to look at it. And it is post-1300, by systematic, the kind of legislations which was bought by colonial powers, the shipbuilding, etc., which we had, and we are firmly there, were compromised by various acts of trade and navigation, which only permitted British ships to take goods to England. You had various Commodities Act which came into play. The Calico Act, the Molasses Act, the Sugar Act, which ensured that only finished goods went out of England to the colonies. Finished goods from colonies on British ships were not allowed to go into these markets. The Indian textiles of Murshidabad and Bengal, which clothed the entire world before 1300. The Romans, the Greeks, the entire world came looking for it to India, and that's how the Indian economy prospered. Was systematically done away with because of these acts. The Navigation Act and the Calico Act and the Molasses Act, etc., etc. The Bengal, which was clothing the world, Manchester started clothing the world. And the heritage which we had till 13th century, we lost out, and now we are trying to rediscover it. These are kind of facts which our people should understand. And I think my slides have gone. Okay, so this is the kind of, so with that, so what I submit is that in addition to the Maritime Day that we talk of, we are talking of the Golden Road, where we talked of the Silk Road, which the world knows. It's time that we gave a name to this old maritime heritage route, of which India was a center. The Roman trade, 90% of that went through the sea route, through India. Only going on caravan was a very difficult task. It was through these sea routes that even the Europeans used to get their goods. And therefore, the Golden Road, and to revive it, we already have the India-Middle East Economic Corridor, which is happening. We are in touch with our friends in the Southeast Asia. Already 80% of the cargo, at least 50% of the container vessels ply through the Indian Ocean. If we are able to put our act together, the Golden Road would be back. We would be able to rediscover our maritime heritage. And if we are able to do that, I think our younger generations would be able to look at pride with what the conclaves have been able to achieve. Thank you very much.
Friends, I know that everybody is hungry, but just bear for 10 minutes more. We have the last keynote address by Dr. Rajiv Nigam. Dr. Rajiv Nigam? Yes, please. And before I invite him, I would like to thank Sri Sanjeev Ranjanji for proposing the new date for the National Maritime Heritage. I think we should work on that, and certainly we have to rewrite this particular aspect. So thank you very much, Sanjeevji. And now I hand it over to Dr. Rajiv Nigam. Dr. Raju Nigam is a very well-known scientist, work on the maritime environment, and he has worked in National Institute of Oceanography, and he's still very, very active.
There is no indicator to it. arrows आगे पीछे के लिए pointer नहीं है?
Pointer नहीं है इसमें, सिर्फ यहाँ आगे कर सकते हैं, पीछे पता नहीं भैया।
The Indian history, are we Indians well aware of the Samudra Manthan, from where this entire story starts? In today's just 10 to 15 minutes which is given to me, I will take you to the journey further to the scientific evidences and reasoning, how we talk Lothal as a dockyard, submerged Dwarika, Dhalavira, which is credited with the words. pointer नहीं है, हाँ इसमें pointer भी है, कौन सा pointer? ये pointer कहाँ दिख रहा है, कहीं दिख रहा है? अच्छा ये है, ठीक। So submerged Dwarka, Dhalavira, Ram Setu, and Mahabalipuram. An unknown city of Surat, which is at currently 30 to 40 meter water depth. Friends, when you open the newspaper in the market in the morning, everybody talk about the global warming because of the greenhouse effect. Sea level is likely to go up, some of the consequences. Changes in monsoon pattern, increase in intensity and frequency of the storms and fisheries. There is an apprehension that rise in sea level will inundate many of the present coastal cities. But whether it is going to happen first time, no. The human history says that this climate has changed in the past when man was not in position to affect the climate. And many of the cities either emerge or submerge into the city. Today's presentation is aimed to that. We will deal only with the two concepts, the accelerated rise in sea level and changes in monsoon, how they are related to the marine archaeology. The importance of marine archaeology has already been emphasized. Our Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman told about 3 sites to be given importance in current regime is Rakhigadi, Dhalavira and Lothal. Even Prime Minister also said we will bring back the glory of Dhalavira and Lothal. Out of the 3 sites, 2 sites, Dhalavira and the Lothal, belongs to marine archaeology. So these sites are studied. The history of marine archaeology in India starts with Dr. S.R. Rao. S.R. Rao is the same person on whose name we are talking about Lothal today throughout the day. He was the one who discovered it. And these are our research vessels which so before I go into the dealing with the individual examples, I would like to give you in brief how the oceanography deals with marine archaeology, how we collect samples, how we get the idea of past sea level changes, how we get the idea how monsoon has fluctuated in last few thousand years, and then question comes how it has impacted the human civilization. See, if the blue color is the sea, some of the organisms living at the bottom of the sea, we receive the sediments either through river or through the wind into the sea. In addition to that, there are a number of small organisms, they live into the sea. These organisms freeze the prevailing environment, and after their death, they go year by year, layer by layer to the bottom of the sea, and which serve as the pages of the earth history. We can take a ship, and we can take a core, we can use the radiocarbon dating to know that when climate was warm, when climate was small, wet. So, and to of the earth, through this layered sediment at the bottom of the ocean, we use the microorganisms. These microorganisms called the foraminifera. They are exclusively marine organisms. Means their presence or absence itself can decide whether the area was under the sea or not, any time in the past. These are the less than a millimeter in size. About 40,000 species are there. They are ecologically very sensitive and used for a variety of applications. Today, I'll be dealing only with the monsoon, sea level changes, and the marine archaeology. They have been used extensively for every branch. Let us start with the monsoon. How monsoon changes in the past and how it has impacted the man. This is a concept I will not go, but the second chapter shows that monsoon was very high around 3,500 years before present, and which started deteriorating, and around where the red arrow is there, you can see the green color. Around 2,000 years back, the monsoon was in a very bad shape, and if you remember that the Thar desert, you say prior to the Thar desert, it was a cultivated land. So when the bad climate starts, man starts constructing the dams, and this is the world's oldest dam, which is Kalyani Dam near the Trishnapalli. This is the world's oldest dam created when the climate shows that. So this is a relation between the monsoon and the construction of the dam. How then the other factor which is very important for the marine archaeology is the sea level fluctuation. Where are the evidences of the past sea level fluctuation? They are everywhere. They are in the religious documents. You can see whether it is a Gita, whether it is a Quran, or whether it is a Bible. Everywhere it is mentioned that sea level has fluctuated when they talk about the Noah's Ark. As a student of geology, and many of you also know, where the mighty Himalaya, the highest mountain of world, stand today, once upon a time, that was the sea, the Tethys Sea. But where we are interested for the purpose of marine archaeology is the last 10 to 15,000 years, how sea level has fluctuated. None of you has asked, or it may be in many people's heart, if Lothal is on the land about 12 kilometers away from the sea, couple of meters away, above the present sea level, how it can be. Everybody today talked about that Lothal was a dockyard, Lothal was a dockyard. I will tell you how it was a dockyard. But before that, so what we have to generate a sea level curve. How to know when sea level was higher than today? If you see here, the sea erode the rocks at its level. If you see in Goa, the sea cave and the sea notches are there, but sea is about 5 to 6 meters lower than today. Now this eroded material deposit at some places in form of the beaches. You can date the beaches with the C14 dating. So you can say that when the sea level was higher than today. When sea level was lower than today, for example, this is the sea level, and the organisms which lives at the, say, 5 to 10 meter water depth. When sea level started going up, these organisms try to move along with the rise in sea level, and you can date, you know the depth and you know the date, you can decide when sea level was higher or lower. Friends, we have, this was the science only, and we compiled all the results which is published with reference to the sea level changes in Bay of Bengal and the Arabian Sea. And you will be surprised to see, actually we generated the sea level curve for World Climate Change Program, but it became a Aladdin's lamp for the marine archaeology. It explains most of the finding of marine archaeology. Friends, you can see around 15,000 years back, sea level was about 100 meters lower than today. Think that you are standing on the Juhu beach in Bombay, and think about sea is around 125 kilometers away from that, where the depth is today 100 meters. After that, sea level started going up, and around about 80 meters, around 10,000 years, it is about 30 to 40 meter water depth, around 9,000 years back, and around 7,000 years, it has crossed the present level. It has gone above the present sea level. It is around the 6,000 years back. It came down around 3.5 thousand years, then again gone at around 2,000 years, and then it is now at the present level. Now, how this sea, remember this sea level. Please see it carefully, because it is going to tell you a lot about many of the archaeological findings. In India, everybody now, you talk about Lothal. This question is how Lothal was a dockyard, because Lothal is about 12 kilometers away from the present sea and couple of meters above the present sea level. It indicates that sea level must have been high, only then it is possible. Way back in 1954, when Dr. S.R. Rao excavated Lothal, then there was this already has been shown that Shinde Sahab, down if you see there are two stones. These stones have been used. Lothal was very controversial from 1954 to 1988 when I presented this paper in first International Marine Archaeology Conference. This stone, some of the people were telling that it is the anchor stone, and therefore the boat used to come, and therefore it was a dockyard. Down one, presently you can see, same stone, you say people use it as a counterweight to lift the water for irrigation. When controversy goes in one branch of science, solution comes from the other branch. When I visited this site, I came to know in 1988, we have seen that we collected the sample from the so-called Lothal dockyard and analyzed, and we got the well-preserved, exclusively marine organisms, foraminifera. This has decided once forever that Lothal was not an irrigation tank, and it was made to be by some of the scientists. It was a dockyard. And so this is the plate, the foraminifera. And what we have, this I presented first time in 88. Till today, many people are confirming and reconfirming it. Now, Anirudh Khatke, now you can see that Lothal time is 4,500 to 5,000 years back. And please see the sea level, which is showed by black arc. Sea level was higher than today. So it was possible that Lothal was a dockyard. Anirudh Khatkaikar, through remote sensing in 2004, can find out the connecting high tide channel through which Lothal was connected to the main sea. And even now, in 2022, another paper came. Our second marine archaeology, where sea level has played a pivotal role, for last 30 years, Dr. S.R. Rao started and we continued that to search for the submerged Dwarka. I'm damn happy that this year our Prime Minister has gone into the water and confirmed what we were crying for last 30 years. Now, you can see here the underwater remnant of the ancient Dwarka. which is stones which is arranged in a wall-like thing. And the date which is given is 3,500 year. Dwarka, it is written that Dwarka was built on the reclaimed land. You can reclaim the land when sea level is only going down, leaving behind a lot of marshy land. 3,500 sea level was lower than today. So it confirmed that yes, Dwarka is not an imagination of anybody. It is built by Lord Krishna 3,500 years back, which is now submerged Dwarka. This is something very special. Ministry of Earth Science Institute, National Institute of Ocean Technology at Chennai, they were doing a survey in Kalsar, and they came across a remnant of an ancient city of Surat at about 30 to 40 meter water depth. Then Minister Dr. Murli Manohar Joshi made a press conference, and India Today brought out a special issue around 9.5 thousand years back at 30 to 40 meter water depth, the world's oldest city discovered. Within no time, Outlook Express brought out another issue, say it is all hoax. Many people don't believe it. Why? Because when journalists ask the question, sir, how you can have a water at 30 to 40, how you can have a city at 30 to 40 meter water depth? People try to explain through earthquake. They were not aware about the sea level changes. Friends, see here. At 9.5 thousand years, sea level was 30 to 40 meter. It means sea was meeting the land at that time, and it was possible to have city. So it's not that imagination, it is the sea level fluctuation. And it is so we should be actually very proud that Indian civilization, as it's today everybody mentioned 5,000 year old. Here is a documentary evidence that we have the civilization actually 9.5 thousand years, and we also have an ancient city. Unfortunately, there is, like Gita and Ramayana, there is nothing available to tell what was the name of the city. So I say it is an unnamed city, 9.5 thousand year old at 30 to 40 meter water depth. This is another ancient port city of Goa. I was thinking today Goa minister will tell about it. See, if you see, you go from Donapala to airport along the river side, you can see this about 1.5 meter wide wall, which is about 2.5 kilometer long, all along. And there was a purpose. For last 50 years it was debated, what was it? We have taken a dating method, and it is around 1100 years before present. The Kadambas has built the city. You can see this side the pillars, this stairs. These stairs are showing that this is the, on west coast so far, this is the oldest discovered dockyard. And this is around 11,000 year old. This is one of the very major, this year Dholavira has been declared as the World Cultural Heritage. Dr. Bisht is here, who was, see, the first time it was seen by Dr. Jagatpati Joshi, then later it was done by R.S. Bisht, who got a Padam Shri for excavating this. Now, this, so far Dholavira was famous for excellent water conservation system. Friends, today I am telling you, it is not only water conservation system, this should be world famous for another phenomena. This is the world's oldest tsunami protection measure. This pointer is very weak, otherwise I can tell you that this is the city plan, the VIP area, the citadel. It is protected by 18 meter thick wall. 18 meter thick wall. I put the question when it was presented first time by Dr. Bisht. Sir, why this wall is so thick? Say, maybe because protection. Protection against whom? Animal? You need a bamboo fencing enough. Whether it is enemy, 5,000 years back, what was the ammunition of your enemy? bows and arrows and stones, and even 13th century when the gunpowder was discovered, and then many of these forts, they have their walls. They are not having that much thick wall. Even China wall is not that thick. Now, as a student of geology, I know Dhalavira is situated on Makran coast, which is a tsunami-prone area. And we published in Geomarine Letter a paper. This area, 8,000 years back, we have a very documentary evidence about tsunami. It means those who are building the city of Dhalavira, they were aware this is tsunami-affected area. And to protect themselves, they made a 11-meter thick wall. So inner wall is 18-meter thick wall, but the entire city they made by 5-meter thick wall. Whether this thick wall could protect themselves? No, sir. What we have done? We have done a GPR survey in outer area. Now, GPR survey tells you what lies below. Now, here, if you see the indicator is not good, about 3-meter thick wall, a thick sediment, which have no layers. Normally, when it's a river sediment or lake sediment or marine sediment or the desert area sand dunes, everywhere when sediment get deposited, they leave behind the layers. But if you take one truckload of sand and dump it anywhere, it will not have any layer. So this thick sediment is one-time deposit. Who can bring this 2.5-meter thick sediment? By two ways. Either river floods can bring this sediment or the tsunami can bring this sediment. How to decide that one? We did a trenching with the permission from Archaeological Survey of India. Actually, those who are trenching anywhere, I request them take the permission from Archaeological Survey of India. Recently at Lothal, one of the research scholar has died because without proper permission they started digging. Now we did a trenching. If the sediment was brought by the flood, river flood, then they should not have marine fossils. Now this layer have exclusively marine fossils. It means the tsunami has impacted Dhalavira around 2,000 years back. We have done the dating of these sediments. This also shows that though we still don't know the citadel area whether it is impacted by a tsunami because that survey is still awaited. Sir, in the south we have a very important place. Our Prime Minister recently visited also along with the Chinese Prime Minister is the Mahabalipuram. We did the GPR survey both the sides. Those who know about Mahabalipuram, they may be knowing about Selvakuppam. The last 2005 tsunami has eroded the sediment south of can't we do the GPR survey and offshore survey in Mahabalipuram area? We did the survey and see here, and that very beautiful results. South of Mahabalipuram, it is a research of tomorrow. We have a documentary evidences that below where the market is there, if you dig, you get the evidence of the ancient thing. And in offshore area, like Dwarika, we get enough sediments. So probably this is a big discovery in waiting. This is the last slide about a very controversial problem about Ram Setu. Over the years, after the Setu Samudram project, people were talking that Ram and Ram Setu all were Kalpanik. Now here, this dating was done about 5.1 thousand BC, means roughly 7,000 years before present. If you see here, 7,000 years back, sea level was about 2 to 3 meters lower than today. And the depth between India and Sri Lanka on this area is 3 meters. It means India and Sri Lanka was almost connected at the time of so-called Ram Setu. Ram Setu is a wrong nomenclature. It should be Setu Bandhu Rameshwaram. Rama has not made any flyover there or overhead bridge. What he made is a causeway. Setu Bandhu Rameshwaram, and if you consider the sea level changes, it is possible to have connect India and Sri Lanka. So it is not imagination, it is a hard history. So this is a small step to unravel the past in order to illuminate the future. What I presented, we have summary of all these papers. What I presented, about 25-30 papers, all I summarized because this was the demand, and it is published in Elsevier Journal. Those who are interested, they can see the journal. Last but one appeal I want to make after the thank you. World is warming up, and sea level is likely to go up. It should not happen that some of the present day flourishing port towns became the property of future archaeologists, like we are feasting over the Lothal. After a few hundred, few thousand years, somebody will start feasting on today's ports. Thank you very much.
So Rajiv ji has a treasure of wealth, treasure of knowledge. Maybe he's part of our group, so maybe we are taking a lot of input from him also. So friends, let's break for lunch now. And if you can finish within half an hour, then after that, we are running 2 parallel sessions. So one session will be held here, and the other session in this room backside. So let's have lunch and then come back. So we'll announce in fact which session is going to take place here and the other session there. Thank you very much.
second panelist, Professor Manjiri Bhalerao, Sri Balmukund Lohia Center of Sanskrit and Indology Studies, Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith, Pune. Our third panelist, Dr. Arun Malik, Superintending Archaeologist, Nagpur Circle, Archaeological Survey of India. Our fourth panelist, Professor Mahesh Devkar sir, from Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune. And our fifth panelist, Dr. Carl Wadia, Senior Design Principals, Architect, Hafiz Contractor, Mumbai. We are warmly welcoming, sir. And the coordinator of this panel, the session, is our Professor Madhvi Godbolu, madam. Very welcome you, ma'am. Principal in charge, MIT, Art Design and Technology, University, Pune. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sachinji. So without wasting our time, because from the morning we are listening the ministers, our Prime Minister, Honorable Vice President, our keynote address speakers, and now I think we have set with the background of this conclave. Although this is the first session, I would like to directly come to the point as we have short of time and we need to close our discussion in 40 minutes rather than 1 hour. So I will directly come to the point, and as we are learning, listening to the scholars from morning, we are getting the inputs that there are ample references in textual traditions, and they are quite enlightening references. So my first question will be to Professor Prasad Joshi, that when we come to the textual tradition, there are two prominent textual traditions in India. One is from Sanskrit background and another is from Prakrit and Pali background. So being a Sanskrit scholar, I would like to ask Prasad sir that how you can find the references in general regarding oceanic mythology in the Sanskrit literature.
Thank you so much. When we come to the evidence from Sanskrit language, it is to be noted that Sanskrit is that language which goes to provide a continuous stream of literary evidence, right from the Vedas to the 19th century. And the words for ocean or sea, there are so many synonyms. And if we go through the lexicons of Sanskrit, then probably there will be more than 100 names for ocean or sea. Abdhi, Jaladhihi, Akupara, because there are many names for up, that is water, and there are many names for reservoirs. So making a compound of these two words will generate good vocabulary there. So Sanskrit lexicons do provide a range of synonyms for the ocean and or the sea. Now references, of course, there are profuse references to ocean. There has to be. And most importantly, the motto of Navy, Indian Navy is Shanno Varunaha. It is nothing but Sanskrit quotation coming from Vedic literature. So very important reference that we get in the Rigveda is that Varuna, who is the Lord of waters, he is the Lord of ocean also, and he has the role that he is a spectator and he observes each and everything that goes to happen on the earth. So nobody can escape any deed from the eyes of, from the glance of Varuna. Everything is under his glance. So the Rishi says in the first mandal that Varuna knows each and everything. He knows the trades, he knows the routes, he knows the ways of the ship also, and various voyages also. He is the knower of that. Veda Navaha Samudriyaha. So big sheep and other things also, they do not escape from his glance. So this is the reference that we get from the Vedas, and there are copious references throughout the Puranas, throughout the Kavyas. Basically, the ocean or the sea is a, symbolically it is described like a very great thing, great reservoir, and metaphorical uses of this symbol will be found in Sanskrit poetry, Sanskrit drama, everywhere. There are various mythologies related to ocean, but I will come to that after that. But surely, Dr. Madhavi, there are copious references from the Sanskrit text, right from the Vedas beginning to the 19th century.
Sir, as you are discussing about the synonyms of ocean, can you give some examples like what are the synonyms used for ocean and any such mythologies, stories, or some references, etymological meanings related to those words? Those can be useful in maritime area.
Yeah, the most prominent name is Samudra or Sagara. And how the word Sagara is to be derived? It has relation to the Sagara, name Sagara, the word Sagara. Sagara was the king in the Ikshvaku race, in the Ikshvaku lineage. And there is a famous story that all his sons, 60,000 sons he had, and they were destroyed into the water of sea or ocean due to the curse of Kapila, because there was Ashwamedha rite and other things, and then due to the curse of Kapila Muni, Kapila Rishi, Kapila sage, they all were destroyed. But then what to do? The king Sagara was there. He again looked at sea itself as his son. So with that relation, paternal relation, the name Sagara comes. So it is related with the Sagara. So like that, there are many other stories also related to the etymology. But mostly we get in compound expressions or compound words that synonyms are rich in Sanskrit.
Thank you, sir. As we have learned that there are ample references in Sanskrit texts, there are very much prominent references related with Buddhism and in Pali language literature. So my next question will be for Professor Mahesh Devkar. Sir, I would like to ask you that Jataka literature is very much prominent, and how Jataka literature gives us the maritime imagery and maritime travel, how the references we can find in the literature.
Thank you very much for this. In fact, Buddhism has very close linkages with ocean and maritime trade. As you all know that there are lots of connections right in the canonical text and also in the later Pali literature as well. Specifically, for example, the Buddha, as his vow to become a Buddha, is that he says that Mutto Mocheyam Tinno Tareyam. So I will be liberated and I'll help others to be liberated. And I will cross this ocean of samsara, and I will also help others to cross over. So he is depicted as a boatman, as a navigator in the sea who can help all sentient beings to cross this ocean of samsara. Similarly, we also see that Buddha himself calling his own teachings, comparing it with a boat. And in a very famous quotation in Majjhima Nikaya in Pali, Buddha says that Maya Dhammo Desito and he says that it is Kolupamo Maya Dhammo Desito Nitharanaya no Gharnathaya. So I have preached the Dhamma just like a boat. It is for the sake of crossing over and not for holding it on. So Buddha here with this image, he says that his teaching is a means to the end of liberation. In philosophy, we also see that in Buddhism, often we see that the relation between mind and body is also depicted with the image of a boat and a boatman. So it's just as body and mind, they are interlinked and they cannot survive without each other. Similarly, a boat cannot travel without a boatman, and a boatman without boat cannot cross over. The very famous image when we say, for example, this very popular statement, Atta Deepo Bhava or Atta Deepa Bhavata, which is often misunderstood in India by people thinking that their Deepa means lamp, and people often translate it as be lamp to yourself. But in fact, the word Deepa there does not mean lamp, but it stands for an island. And Buddha is in fact here talking about becoming self-reliant and be an island to yourself. That means be self-reliant and take refuge in yourself. So that's the message. And with that, actually, in Buddhist practice too, the image of boat is used, to kind of, as a boatman would empty his boat from the water which is leaking in. Similarly, a practitioner has to kind of cleanse his mind of all the impurities. So in Pali, it is very famously said, Sincha bhikkhu imam navam sittate lahumesati. When you make your mind empty of all impurities, it will very quickly then travel to nirvana, the liberation. In Jataka tales, we have many stories of sea voyages and sea travelers, and these are very informative. There are references to seaports like Barukacha and Suparaka, that is a Sopara, and also the Tambralitti and like Tambapanni in Sri Lanka, and the sea voyages, etc., are also mentioned. There are Jatakas like we have Samudra Vanija Jataka or Suparaka Jataka or Mahajanaka Jataka, which talk about different seaports, sea routes, and the sea travel and the sea trade. As well as we get interesting information also in the Buddhist Sanskrit text, where skills of a boatman are elaborated. In the morning we heard like how a skilled boatman should know about the stars and about the directions, and he should know how to kind of make sense of omens, and how to decide the right time for traveling sea voyage, and to also identify the place, the sea, with the help of type of fishes, the watercolor, and the lands which are found, and also the birds and the mountains which are there. So I mean, we have lots of references like this in Buddhist literature, especially in Jataka tales, but also in other Buddhist scriptures, where these are kind of very elaborately dealt with. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. When you were giving such information, it seems like all the symbolism and imagery is associated with philosophical things closely. So can we say like that all the maritime imagery Pali or Buddhist literature has used in the philosophical meaning or to elaborate philosophical things?
Not like that. I mean, see, that imagery is specially chosen because of the audience. So it seems that, see, Buddhism became very popular among the trading communities, and especially most of the followers of Buddhism, they were sea merchants, and they used to undertake travels. So for that community, this kind of imagery was very explanatory and was close to their day-to-day experience. So I think that's the reason why this imagery became so prominent in Buddhism. As you all know that also in Buddhist Sanskrit texts like Sadaram Pundarika, we have Avalokiteshvara mentioned as a protector of sea voyagers. And in fact, in many of the archaeological sites, you will see the image of this Ashtabhayatrana, where Avalokiteshvara is said to kind of, save merchants from sea storms and so on. Similarly, I mean, what you see is that sea voyages have played a vital role in the spread of Buddhism. And they not only carried these merchants who were followers of Buddhism to different countries, but along with them, we see that the Buddhist texts and also Buddhist monks, they traveled outside India. We know very famously that Sanghamitra, the daughter of Emperor Ashoka, went to Sri Lanka by sea route and took with her not just a Bodhi tree, but the whole Buddhist, with Buddhist monks with her and Buddhist thought and also Buddhist scriptures. So scriptures, monks, and this, you can say, objects of worship like the Bodhi tree and even Buddha images traveled through sea route to various parts. So I think that has, maritime travel has played a very significant role in the spread of Buddhism, and I think that is something which was also exported outside India along with various commercial commodities. And I think that that's the reason why we see a so strong maritime imagery in Buddhist literature.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for elaborating on the role of maritime travel in the spread of Buddhism as well. So my next question will be again for Professor Prasad Joshi. Sir, I would like to ask you that we know that there are ample references in ritualistic tradition as well regarding ocean. So maybe the use of ocean water in some rituals, or in mythology, we have the reference that Brahma has done pradakshina of the ocean. And such different references which are related with some auspiciousness and ritualistic tradition. So can you throw some light on that?
Yes, we know that ancient culture, there are two parts, ritualistic part and also philosophical part. So there were elaborate rituals performed in the history, we know. So what actually, was there any part of ocean? It was probably indirect, because the water of ocean, which is regarded very sacred and auspicious thing, and it was used peculiarly for the bathing of various gods, effigies, and also incarnation of many, Dashavatar. If we go to the Dashavatar, then Kurma, Matsya, all they are related with ocean and sea also. So the water of ocean, marine water, that was used in ritualistic performances. Very much great importance was given to that. And so far as the ceremonies were concerned, Sarit Samudran Sarasischa Gatva, Rakshak Kapindrai Rupapaditani. So the servants of the kings, and they ran to the oceans and says to fetch the water, like important streams, rivers and lakes, and also water from the ocean was employed in rituals, that is there. Another thing is that what this itself is, the ocean or sea itself is considered as auspicious mark, because there are certain references that on the body of Vishnu also there are various symbols, auspicious symbols and marks, and one of the symbols is Samudra. The reference is there in the Puranas also. So like we have seen the seals where Samudra is there or ocean is there, probably certain symbols and marks were also used on as auspicious marks on the body, that is there. Secondly, we know that dreams are there, and certain dreams are considered bad omen, while others are auspicious omen or good omen. So if one beholds sea or sea trade in the dream, then it was considered as a good omen for that person. So Abdhitarana Sopna, these are all Shubha Sopnaha, these are auspicious dreams, so narrated in that. So certainly certain concepts were there. And that is why we find references that Brahma actually did the Pradakshina of Abdi Pradakshina. We know Prithvi Pradakshina, that was done by Kartikeya and Ganapati, that story, that very famous story is there. But Brahma had this circumambulating round from left to right for entire ocean. That reference is there. Brahma had that, the Puranic reference is there. To add to that, there are other stories also where it is many lords and even the kings, they were worshipping the ocean. Say for example, Chola, very much associated with marine and marine trade and also expeditions, voyages. So in the references, literary references, we get that Chola had performed Abdhi Pujana. If we go to the word Abdhi Pujana, then it is mentioned that Chola Chakrut Abdhi Pujanam. It is mentioned in the Rajatarangini and elsewhere also. So kings are doing, performing the puja, the worship of ocean. Such references are there. So it was considered very auspicious thing, and directly or indirectly, it was related to the rituals also. So much we can say.
Thank you, sir. So, with this mythological references from Sanskrit texts and also from Pali literature, Buddhist literature, I would like to ask next question to Dr. Manjari Bhalera. That, ma'am, when you are looking towards the sculpture and art history of ancient India, how the depictions of these narratives, maritime narratives, stories related with ocean and the allied literature, how you can find the depictions in sculptures or in art?
Thank you. So, as we have been discussing about the literary evidence of the maritime travel, I would just like to add something from a secular text which was not written by an Indian, but this has come from Greece, and I know everybody in the audience is aware of this text, which is called as the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea. This text was written by an anonymous writer, we don't know his name, but he has given us the details about the journey starting from the European world and coming to India. And he has told us about all the ports in between, the difficulties in the travel, maritime travel, and many other things. Whenever you come to India, whom you would meet, which king was ruling in which port, etc. All the details are given. So when we have the textual evidence of the literary text, from the literary text, we also have a lot of evidence of the maritime travel coming from the secular text. Coming back to the question that is related to art and architecture, or even the archaeological evidence of the maritime travel, there are a couple of evidences coming from some sculptures as well as some paintings. We are aware of the world famous paintings at Ajanta, world famous caves of Ajanta, famous for their paintings. There is a cave which shows us a huge ship by which Prince Sinhala had come to the Dvipa, and then he was greeted by some Yakshini. So that story is narrated in the painting. But then the most important thing for us is the ship, the elaborate depiction of the ship that they have painted over there. This indicates that the artists knew these huge ships which were used by the travelers to go from one place to another. Another important evidence to which even Professor Devkar referred to just now, that is the litany of Avalokiteshvara, or the so-called Ashtamahabhayatrana Avalokiteshvara depiction, which you get at many places in India and also in the other countries, where Avalokiteshvara, being a savior bodhisattva, he is invoked by the traveler who was facing the calamity of shipwreck. And then when his ship was broken, he was in trouble, and then he invoked Avalokiteshvara, and how Avalokiteshvara had gone to save him. So this is a very common depiction in the art which you see about Avalokiteshvara, and which also tells us about the problems that the travelers faced. Another important thing which I would like to highlight upon is the, even though the excavations and the excavated material is the field of Dr. Malik, but still I would like to give you a little piece of information. That is the figurine, the excavated material which came from Brahmapuri, from Kolhapur, has given us a small figurine of the bronze figurine of the Greek god Poseidon. Poseidon, being a sea god, obviously was worshipped by a person who would be associated with seas. And we can now see here that this was an image which was used for personal worship by the person who lived in that particular house. Even the excavators have called this house as the house of a Greek trader or a Roman trader, because they have found many foreign artifacts which were made not in India, and some of them were copies of the foreign potteries and all. So this particular evidence also is very suggestive of the coming of people from outside to India by sea route. And then we also have some evidences coming from the inscriptions. There are some inscriptions, in both these caves in Western India. Many of them have references to Yavanas, and they are considered as Ionian Greeks, and later on being called as Yavanas, probably the Iranians also, the Persians also. But then these Yavanas most probably came by the maritime route to India. And then there are a few inscriptions in Junnar, in the Junnar group of caves, where the inscriptions tell us about the donation of a particular tree called as Karanja tree. And then the oil which is extracted from the seeds of this Karanja tree are considered to be helpful for curing the skin diseases which you generally get by traveling through seas for a long time. So there are such hints which we get from the archaeological evidence, maybe epigraphical or even art historical evidence telling us about the maritime trade that was there in ancient India. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. As you rightly pointed it out, that the excavation is a part of Arun sir. So with this thread, I would like to ask my next question to Professor Arun Malik. Sir, you have recently excavated at Sindakhed district, Buldhana. So, and there you have got excavated one icon of Sheshashahi Narayana. So, would you like to throw some light on this?
Namaskar, sir. Recently, Archaeological Survey of India, Nagpur Circle, while doing a routine conservation work, excavated a masterpiece sculpture panel of a Sheshashahi Vishnu. And today, it's there. This sculpture panel shows Vishnu inclined on the Ananta and Goddess Lakshmi seated and massaging his feet. Along with that, we also came to know about this Dasavatara panel, complete Dasavatara panel, and Samudra Manthan. Complete scene of Samudra Manthan was depicted. Please, can you please show this picture? Last slide. Yes. Back. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah. This is the sculpture we have excavated. This shows the plasticity as well as the beautifully carved sculpture. As such, Vishnu is also always associated with Samudra. His initial avatars, as already mentioned by Joshi sir, are from the sea, and Samudra Manthan is also depicted over here. Beside this, madam, I would also add in this, there are several archaeological evidences. While surveying in Archaeological Survey of India, I was surveying in the Bhubaneswar, where at a very famous sun temple, Konark, we have a panel which depicts a sculptural panel which depicts a giraffe. Giraffe is an African animal which is depicted in the Indian temple. It shows the direct interaction with the African people of the Kalingan people. There are several other examples. This Ashtabhai Tara is also found in the Ratnagiri site. It's a Buddhist site. Beside that, beautifully carved seafaring. I'm mentioning a seafaring boat carved on the Jagannath temple. As such, there are other evidences also there, but such evidences are coming up and research are going on, ma'am.
So, sir, you have also worked in the Run of Kutch and Lothal port. So, please kindly tell us.
We all know that Lothal is an iconic site wherein Professor Rao has excavated the dockyard, and why we are sitting here to discuss all this about Lothal only. But there are several other sites which need to be studied in detail. There is one site which is known as Nageshwar, which yields large number of conch shell remains, which is industry site. Conch is extracted from the sea and it is processed over there. Similarly, there is another site in Bagasra, which is also in the Gulf of Kutch. These all sites are on the line of sea only. Before we go across this Kutch, then we come to Lothal, Dhulavira, Surkotra. These are major sites. All those sites needs to be studied in a unified way to understand the communication pattern and transportation system.
Thank you, sir. So we are getting through this dialogue that how textual references and even archaeological evidences are closely getting associated when we are joining the dots. With the reference of the information given by Professor Prasad Joshi, that there is a good reference of Chola dynasty and Samudra Devata in Rajatarangini. I would like to ask Manjari ma'am that apart from art and culture, as this is closely associated with political history of India, can we have some references on coins or the currency related with Chola dynasty or dynasties who are closely were there in maritime travel or maritime trade?
Yes, of course. You know, the Satavahanas and the Western Kshatrapas were the rulers who were ruling initially in Western India. Satavahanas then extended their rule to the eastern parts of the country also. So they were involved in the maritime trade during their rule. I mean, there was a lot of trade going on during their rule, and then to support the trade or to suggest the trade or to boast about the trade, the Satvahana rulers, especially Vasishthiputra Pulumavi and Gautamiputra Shri Yajnashri Satakarni, both of them had issued their coins having the depiction of a ship on it. So they are generally called as the ship type coins in numismatic parlance. And even the government of India brought out a stamp on the seafaring activity. They have used this coin by Vasishthiputra Pulumavi to show that this activity was going on. So even this reminds me about the portrait coins of the Satvahana rulers. The Satvahana rulers, the later part of the Satvahana dynasty, those rulers who issued their coins with their own portraits are shown with the earrings similar to the anchors of the ships. So some people call them as anchors. Some say that they are not anchors, they are just designs of the earrings. But the ear ornaments that they have used, they look like the anchors of the ships. This again probably indicates or suggests their maritime association. And then, of course, the coins of these two rulers, they have these depictions of ships on them.
Thank you, ma'am. This is something interesting information. As we are short in time, now I would like to go towards architect Dr. Kalwadia. Sir, you are associated with this NMHC project since its foundation, and you are engaged in master plan of the museum. You know the vision behind it. So we would like to know that what is the vision behind and how you have prepared master plan aligned with the vision of NHMC.
Good afternoon, everyone. And first and foremost, I would like to thank, on behalf of Architect Hafiz Contractor, we would like to thank the Ministry of Shipping for being invited here in this August company. Ma'am, one small correction, I'm not a doctor. That is something for later. So when we, the concept of NMHC first started with a design competition in which a number of architects were invited to sort of make a design vision for this project. So what started from a 20-page document where we read the vision of what all this project aspires to capture, we had to sort of read between the lines and come up with a design that was able to bridge the past with the future without really ever meeting our end user, because the end user in a building like a maritime museum is often a small kid or an adult or even an elderly person. So we had to design something that was that basically reimagined the concept of a museum. And I still recall the first time we visited Lothal, we actually knew nothing about Lothal. We had read about it personally, you know, in school texts, etc. And like it was pointed out today, a lot of our history has been written by others. We were very surprised to see that the moment there was any kind of water that touched the soil, all the soil turned white. And that was because there is so much of salt content in the soil where Lothal is, which automatically was a learning for us that this was all part of the ocean. And when you read back in the history, you realize that the Harappans were actually one of the first victims of climate change. So when climate change did happen, they had to shift, and that's why probably the whole maritime prowess of that, you know, that region had to shift its center of, gravity. But designing Lothal, it's a large 375-acre site. We had to design something that was a midpoint between Ahmedabad and Dholera and Baroda. So something that had to be entertaining enough, something that had to be, that could draw crowds and people could be there for 5, 6, 7 hours or maybe even 2 days, and to create a museum where the visitor experience is very rich. Museums often tend to be for the common man, and probably not this audience, but for the common man, museums tend to be the most boring places to go to. So we had to rethink all of that to create a museum that was highly entertaining for all age groups, like I mentioned, and something that also was able to create a canvas to display and demonstrate all of this history in the right context. So the gallery spaces had to be grand enough, the heights had to be grand enough, as well as we had to make sure that we designed a building that had good access to natural light and all of that. One of the moves we did is we placed the whole museum on a body of water, and the children's gallery and the Navy gallery is like a tilted maritime vessel. And the reason that slight tilt has been done is to sort of, pick up that moment of tension when a maritime vessel is about to sort of tip over, but then because of its center of gravity, it comes back. So we wanted to, capture that moment where you're not sure which way it's going to go. So all of these design debates we had in the studio, and that's how, we were able to pitch our design to the ministry, and we were very fortunate that our company was selected, and then the rest of the journey has been fantastic.
Yeah, this journey, it seems to be very interesting for you and very fascinating for you. As well as I have read that this project, all over, the whole project is net zero project. So what is the concept of net zero project and how we can elaborate on this?
So if you don't mind, I will read a bit because the topic is quite vast. So being a 375-acre site, we wanted to make sure that we created a museum that did not consume copious amounts of energy, water, and create lots of waste, because we were doing it in a very rural area, and most importantly, we were doing it just about 1.5 kilometers or maximum 2 kilometers as the crow flies to the original Lothal site. So we had to be very conscious in the way we designed the project. So I'll just put some statistics out there. The total energy demand for this project is about 98 lakhs units per annum. And we have designed 7 megawatts of power to be in solar PVs on the site. 90% of which will be on rooftop and on buildings and on parking, and 10% of it will be in the floating ponds that we've created to capture water. The building itself has been designed in such a way that it consumes about 50% less energy than a normal building. So the whole, again, learning from the Harappans, using thick walls, creating ponds at different levels that can capture rainwater as well as groundwater. All of that has gone into the master plan, which after this I have a small video that I'd like to share with everybody. All of that taking into consideration, if a normal building would consume about 1.7 crore units of power per year, we were able to get our final target at 98 lakhs unit per year. So we were able to reduce almost 45% energy consumption. We also have a demand of nearly 8 lakh liters of water a day in order to make this whole site function. And Lothal, being Lothal, is extremely dry and arid for almost 9 months of the year. But then there are 2 or 3 months of the year where we get lots of rainfall and lots of flooding. So we've designed a water management system, again learning from the Harappans. It was actually quite a pleasant surprise that all we needed to do was refer to what was done 3,000 years back. So we were able to use only 10% of our water demand from Narmada water supply. The balance 7.2 lakh liters of water, we have managed to do it with rainwater harvesting and capturing of water. And that's a total of 60 crore liters of water per year, out of which we lose almost 27 crore liters of water a year just to evaporation losses. So we had to design the tanks of that size and magnitude in order to capture so much water and then use it wisely through the year for irrigation and all of that. And a place which had 0 trees, the first time we visited it, by the time this project is over, we'll have somewhere between 6,000 to 8,000 trees of indigenous nature which are indigenous to the region in this development.
Thank you, sir.
I would request Anuj to play a small update video. We have a 3-minute video for the entire audience.
फ्रेंड्स, वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज कमेटी का ये कार्यक्रम भारत के लिए एक गौरवशाली उपलब्धि से जुड़ा है। मैं जिस गुजरात राज्य से आता हूं, वहां धोलावीरा और लोथल जैसे स्थान है। धोलावीरा में 3000 से 1500 BCE पहले जिस तरह की अर्बन प्लानिंग थी, जिस तरह का वाटर मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम और व्यवस्थाएं थी, वो 21वीं सदी में भी एक्सपर्ट्स को हैरान करते हैं। लोथल में भी दुर्ग और लोअर टाउन की प्लानिंग, स्ट्रीट और ड्रेन्स की व्यवस्था, ये उस प्राचीन सभ्यता के आधुनिक स्तर को बताता है।
So, sir, we are really eager to visit the destination. But just a last question for today, for this panel discussion. Sir, this huge project will definitely impact on the life, human life over there. And so, being an architect, how would you see this socio-cultural impact and everything in near future?
So we are very, very positive that this NMHC complex with the museum is going to create a very positive impact on the whole Lothal region. I believe there's already a Lothal urban body that's been set up to make sure that it doesn't end up being one great project with lots of mess around it. And I'm sure that the powers that be are doing an excellent job. But I think more so, it is the bringing together of so many minds, so many experts in their fields, and curators, and putting something together that finally the project must become the museum, and the museum must become an institution and outlive everything and all of us. I hope that there is a kind of change which can be brought about.
Thank you so much. So, just in one sentence, I will conclude that we are very eager to see the connected dots from literature to archaeology in the museum at National Maritime Heritage Complex. So, I would like to thank all the esteemed panelists, and also I would like to thank Professor Shinde that they have brought this panel discussion and they make it happen. They made this happen. That this discussion on this stage, and finally, I would like to thank all the organizers, ministry. So, thank you so much.
So I thank Dr. Madhavi Godbole for running this session very well and within time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now may I request Mr. Sanjay Sawant to kindly come on the stage and present our panelists with a token of appreciation. Mr. Sanjay Sawant, sir, may I please invite you to the stage? Can you please give a round of applause to our panelists for this insightful discussion? Please keep the round of applause coming for all our panelists.
Mr. Sanjay Sawant is the Chief General Manager, Indian Port Rail and Ropeway Corporation, which is doing this particular project.
Thank you so much, thank you so much, Sanjay sir. And to all the panelists, thank you so much for this meaningful discussion. I now request you to kindly. I would like to thank our audience for being so patient with us. We have the next session, actually two parallel sessions, one here and one in the hall at the back of the stage. The discussion in this room will be centered around hinterland and external trade links of the Harappan civilization, whereas the discussion in the other room is centered around Neolithic and Chalcolithic to Mahajanapadas trade and commerce scenario after the decline of Harappan civilization. Anybody who's interested in Neolithic and Chalcolithic to Mahajanapadas trade and commerce scenarios after the decline of Harappan civilization is kindly requested to be seated in the other hall, which is at the back of the stage. You can proceed towards that hall from the right side of the stage. I repeat, in this hall, we will be discussing hinterland and external trade links of the Harappan civilization. We will be beginning shortly. I request everybody to kindly be seated. We will have a short break after this session. I request everyone to be seated as we are starting with the second session. The panel discussion is centered around hinterland and external trade links of the Harappan civilization. For the same, may I kindly invite Jeevan Kharakwal, Sir, Garima Singh, Ma'am, K.K. Bhan, Sir, R.S. Bisht, Sir, K.N. Dikshit, Sir, Sanjay Manjul, Sir, Vasant Shinde, Sir, and V.H. Sonavane, Sir, to kindly take the dais. civilization, whereas in the other room we will be discussing Neolithic, Chalcolithic to Mahajanapadas, trade and commerce scenarios after the decline of Harappan civilization. Starting with our panel discussion in the hall, I now request Garima Singh ma'am, the rapporteur of the session, to kindly take over and introduce all the panelists to the audience.
Good afternoon, everyone. This session on hinterland and external trade links of the Harappan civilization is focusing on, obviously, on Indus Valley civilization. And we have 6 speakers here. And Professor Jeevan Kharakwal is the coordinator, and I'm your rapporteur. I will start with Dr. R.S. Bist. I think he does not need any introduction, but still I will definitely describe his achievements. He is a former Joint Director General, Archaeological Survey of India. He is one of the senior most panelists. And we have Professor Dr. Ken Dikshit, who is also the editor of Puratattva Journal and Indian Archaeological Society. And we also have Dr. K.K. Bhan, retired professor from MSU Baroda. And we have Professor V.H. Sonavane, who is also a retired professor from Department of Archaeology and Ancient History, MSU Baroda. And last but not the least are Dr. Sanjay Manjul, who is Additional Director General of Archaeological Survey of India, who has also been Director of Institute of Archaeology for many years. So I will not delay this session any further. Our Professor Vasant Shinde, who does not need any introduction, but I'm really sorry. He is also one of the panelists, and he is the Director Chairman of NMHC right now. He is former Bhatnagar Fellow from CCMB Hyderabad and former Vice Chancellor of Deccan College, Pune. I will not delay this session any longer, and I will ask Professor Kharakwal to start the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Garimaji. I thank organizers of India Maritime Heritage Conclave. This is a wonderful occasion, and I feel really honored to be part of this dais. As you can see on the dais, there are people, those who have spent lifetime working on Harappans. And I have also been student of the same branch, so therefore maybe I'm given this opportunity. So as you all know, among the old world civilizations, the Harappans occupied the maximum area as far as the geographical area is concerned, and they are known because of certain things. I think the best thing Harappans gave to the world is their town planning. I think for that reason Harappans are known everywhere. And instead of, saying too long about Harappans myself, since all the scholars are, they have spent lifetime, I would like to start from senior most, maybe on the left side. Dikshit ji is on the left side. He has excavated Hulas, and he has also been involved in Kunal. So, Dikshit ji, sir, if you can hear me, I would like you to Dikshit ji, if you can hear me, Dikshit ji, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I would like you to say something about the excavations, the results of Kunal and Hulas, the site of Harappan site you have excavated, and how they were using exploiting the hinterland, and what role in the trade you could see. नहीं you don't need this slide. हाँ, so बोलिए ना. मैं अभी हाँ आपसे मैंने बोला कि जो कुणाल और हुलास में काम किया, उन्होंने, चूंकि हमारा विषय है जो हड़प्पन और उनका हिंटरलैंड है, वही इश्यू है, थीम है, तो वहाँ जो एक्सकवेशन में जो भी मटेरियल मिला उसने कैसे हड़प्पन्स ने कैसे हिंटरलैंड को एक्सप्लॉइट किया और ट्रेड में किस तरह की एविडेंस हमको दिखती है.
I am not a new man to talk about the Indus.
Sir, mic को नजदीक कीजिए.
I am not the first man to talk about the Harappan culture or Saraswati culture or anything earlier than Harappa, because it has a list of scholars who have worked on this problem. But the most important thing after the partition of the country is, and the most important discovery in the Pakistan regarding the Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, Mehergarh and so on, we have also done the survey in India. The question is this: in that line, there is a site known as Bhirana. According to carbon-14 dates, it goes to about 7,200 or something like that. And this particular thing has given rise to a thing that what India has in store. And in that way, the work was done at Rakhigadi, Kunal, and a few other sites in the country. And the third one is the Girwad also. What I want to say, that the work done in Pakistan, especially by Mughal, Mortimer Wheeler, and so many people who have done in the past there, they have left such a large literature that there is nothing new except to interpret these things. There was a seminar on carbon-14 dates where all these things were discussed in detail. And my only thing is that the work we have done at Kunal and a few other sites, their carbon-14 dates, their place, while talking about the early culture, which is best known as Hakala culture. And this name was given by Mughal and accepted in many scholars. But the difficulty in our country is that whosoever is excavating any site, he is giving a new name. For example, Kanwar has given the new name for the Hakla culture as Ravi culture. So the question is this: so has happened in the post-Harappan culture, post or contemporary Harappan culture like Malwa, etc. There also, wherever we have talked, we have taken the name of the site or something like that. So we should not go in these details, except that whatever is the published material, you may kindly go through in the journals like Puratat. Puratat has given a very detailed account of all these findings wherever they are published. And recently, the most recent contribution is we have published the Atlas of Indus-Saraswati civilization. There, we have given the references of all the known Harappan sites in India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Central Asia, and even in South Africa. My question is this: here anybody can see
the latitude, longitude, the area of the site, and its contemporaneity, to which phase it belongs. And that has not been done, and it has 471 pages with 271 maps, tehsil-wise, district-wise, state-wise, alphabetically. And there are 4 contributors also, and Professor Sindle is one of them, because he has done on that period. Then Professor S.P. Gupta was there, Dr. S.P. Gupta. He has written on the mature Harappan. Then, by mistake or so, my work on late Harappa, I have written it. But there is one important work by Professor Sonavane. Sonavane, because in Gujarat has so many things, and Sonavane has given the details. And the foremost things, you will guess the best illustration, which are never published anywhere else. So I would request, it is in the market, so if anybody can, he can purchase them also and get up-to-date knowledge from that atlas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dikshitji, throwing light on some certain areas. And actually, when we talk about the Harappans, there is a pre-urban phase, which is very long, ranging from almost 4,200, coming down to 2,600 BC. It's a very long time. There are too many different cultures with the modest beginning. Then you have very large centers, and then finally, urban phase comes. And the urban phase gave, I think, town planning is the best gift to the world. And one of the best site, best understood by Bisji, who is here. We are honored because of his, not only because of his presence, but the way he excavated the site. I still remember when I was a student, that 800 meter long trench, and his discovery of over 1,200 drill bits at the site. And it must be very well actually exploiting all the hinterland and doing lots of trade, because it is in the central point as far as the trade in entire industry is concerned. So I request Bisji to say something about on Dholavira.
I have forgotten to mention the name of Mr. Khatri, who has done the work there. And the work which was done at Bhirana, that was by Rao, L.S. Rao. So these are the scholars whose name should not be forgotten while going through with the background of Hakra and other earliest culture.
Thank you. Thank you. Sir.
Hello. I am asked to speak about Dholavira. Since we are talking about the hinterland and external traits of the Harappan civilization. So first of all, I would like to tell you what are the salient features of Harappan civilization. First is town planning, exquisite town planning, the best example of which has been yielded by Dholavira with mathematical precision. Must be that it involves geometry also. And second thing is architecture. It's monumental. Its monumental architecture so far is concerned. For that, the gateways that we have exposed at Dholavira are very, very enlightening, because they give us almost three-dimensional elevation, plan and elevation of the gateways. And third is water management system. How water harvesting was done, and the water was storage in a cascading series of reservoir
on all sides of the Harappan settlement. And those reservoirs are not outside the settlement. They are well within the outer fortification. Outer fortification is a new thing that Dholavira has exposed. And inside there is a very intricate system of fortifications. Each division, there are three main divisions: Citadel, Middle Town, and Lower Town. And between the Citadel and Lower Town, there is an open ground. We call it great ground, and sometimes we call it stadium also, Rangbhumi. And the Lower Town to the east of that. Each of the division has its history of beginning and history of decline. And each of them are well within fortifications. Citadel had two parts. We call castle and bailey. Both are fortified ones, but integrated to each other. And third is Harappan seals. Very good example of seals have been found at Dholavira. And we have seen the evolution of seals. In stage 3, only one seal was yielded. That is very tiny one, which often is called button seal. But otherwise, it has all the characteristics of Harappan seals, normal seals. And it has a mythological scene also, which is so repeatedly shown on the Harappan seals elsewhere, at Harappa and Mohenjo-daro particularly. And then script, which is still undeciphered. But so far script is concerned, Dholavira has given two unique things. One is signboard inscription of 10 letters, large one. All the signs are made of, each sign is made of the pieces, molded pieces of gypsum to make one sign. So there are 10 such signs. And all those signs, as the evidence we collected from the site, were inlaid on a wooden board. And wooden board measures 3.52 meters. That is exactly the width of the door sill of the gate of the north gate, which is the most elaborate, most fantastic, and that overlooks not only the great ground, but also the middle town and lower town. Very, very commanding situation. And then come the weights. About 1,000 weights have been collected from there. And those weights have been very duly measured, weighed, and we found there are two series of weights. One we call A, and the we call B. But A series has also two subgroups. One, the A1, A2, then B1, B2. If you put together all the weights from excavated so far, from other sites like Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, Surkotra, Lothal, Kalibanga, and other places, if you add up them, Dholavira weights outnumber all of them, considerably outnumber all of them. And then we found some workshop where the beads were being made. But most important are hundreds of drill bits of different sizes. Some are very long ones for drilling the long beads, which was highly demand not only internally in internal sites, not only hinterland, but also in Mesopotamia. Highly valued, long barrel cylindrical beads, and then edged carnelian beads. So it was a center of bead making also. It was a center of copper working also. It was a center of shell working also. So Dholavira has many parts. And so far other things are pottery or jewelry and all those things those are the same which are found elsewhere also. So this is, and then funerary architecture. Funerary architecture has shown new features. All the graves-like structures are memorial graves, not regular graves with a skeleton and all that. Only one example of skeleton has been found in the cemetery. All others are just 6 or 7 types of graves have been found, but all are memorial. There are pottery, there are some beads, a small amount of gold, and all those things, but no human remains, no ashes, no bones, nothing. And most interestingly, there are a few tubuli, hemispherical, circular and hemispherical tubuli. 2 of them were investigated by us. In one we found that it was designed like a wheel with spokes. In Vedic literature we call it Sara Ratha Chakra Chiti. But Ratha Chakra Chiti, Ratha Chakra designed like a Ratha Chakra, chariot wheel with spokes. Sa Ara Ratha Chakra Chiti. The other was without spokes. Otherwise, same. In the tumulus 1, the diameter is 30 meters, height is 9 meters. And in the second one, diameter is 24 meters and height is 9 meters. And interestingly, those examples has been found at Bahrain also, in the cemetery of the Bahrain, indicatedly showing the presence of Harappans at Bahrain also. In addition to that, we have other Harappan material also at Bahrain. That is identified with Tilmun of the Mesopotamian text. And so far the Harappa culture is concerned, its uniformity in all aspects is remarkable. Although there are some regional material is also present almost everywhere except the lower Indus Valley. Local wares are also present here, along with the classical Harappan material. So regional, the diversity in the form of, so far ceramic assemblies are concerned, is also very remarkable. And so far external trade is concerned, it is already well known. We had trade with Bahrain, we have trade with Mesopotamia, we had trade with Elam, that is Susa area, southeastern part of Iran. And so far Oman Peninsula is concerned, I have a different idea. Harappan material is found not in a large number, but in a good number, particularly transportation vessels, which are black-stripped large storage vessels, that had been found not only at Harappan sites here in the hinterland, but also in Oman. And in addition to that, other forms are also found here. At a site called Ras Al Jins, or Ras Al Junais in Oman, we have found 2 examples of inscription in Harappan characters and 1 seal of unicorn copper seal, very highly incrustated. So only X-ray could show that it is unicorn with some Harappan letters. It seems that Oman, the central region of Oman, was extremely rich in copper. Harappans went there. Rather, Harappan merchants went there. They worked through their agents and made the local people work for them. Mining of copper ore and its smelting and turning them into ingots. And those ingots have been found at several places in the Harappan sites. Ingots are the from which of the copper is obtained, and you can melt them again and make different kinds of things, jewelry or tools or whatever you feel like. So Oman is particularly, Hadappans went there exploiters. There rather economic colonization was done there. That's why Oman Peninsula, there are several sites where some amount of Harappan material is found, but the kind of planning, town planning, but city-urban life never grew there. There are, of course, some towns, but the city life was purely absent from there. It means those local people were used mostly as laborers who were provided with food brought from the Harappan sites. So possibly honey, clarified butter and all those things, and textiles for the laborers who are working with them.
Vijay, I have to request, we have limited time, so we have finished first round. We have finished first round.
I'm closing it with this. I'm closing this.
Yeah.
So for external taste is there. There are many experts who will talk to you about Mesopotamia and other things.
Okay. Thank you, Biji. It was wonderful discussion. And actually, there are 3 major sites in Pakistan, 3 major in India. Out of these 3 major in India, one was Dholavira, which was excavated by Biji. Another major site in Haryana, Rakhigadi, where actually Sanjay ji is excavating right now. He has landed up right now from the field, so we would like to know him, the exciting discoveries he has made. I have to request you to keep a note of the time also.
Already restricted the time for me. So I just add to, because Rakhigadi already excavated earlier also by Sindhya sir, Nath sir also. Recently, what we have done, we have excavated one of the important structure, that is a public architecture, possibly like stadia, like Dholavira. But it has a stepped structure around just roughly measured as a 60 meter by 18 meter, and also inclined around 14 degree. So that's a very, very interesting structure found in the mound number 2. In between mound number 1 and 2, there is a similar kind of ceremonial ground like Dholavira. And also recently, we have also noticed one of the trench that the water management system, that they have created a man-made water structure. That possibly it's also some other continuous structure there in water management, depth almost 4 meter from the NS. That is also very, very interesting. And another interesting thing, in the lower most layer in that tank, we got the shortest sand that indicate that connected with some of the canal with original river channel. And we have also excavated a river channel with the Geological Survey of India, one of the trench, and got dates that indicate around 4000 BCE. That's dried up almost, but maybe the rain-fed river. So that is the reason for the stress management. Harappans done a lot of water management there in Rakhigadi also, like Dholavira. That's one interesting finding. Another site I have excavated, that Binjor, that's just close to the Pakistan. Similarly, we got a very interesting site like copper making industry. The whole area is industrial area. And also interesting seal we got right from the earliest level seal around 3600 BC dated layers, and the continuous development of seal. Even the early seal is pendant, very tiny, like button seal, very similar to Kundal. And then the development of seal just little bigger, but that is also pendant seal without any script, only some animal depictions are there. And then script came like that the whole development. And last seal is terracotta seal. So that's a very interesting development of seal with date of every layer. That's the first of its kind discovery in any of the Harappan site, right from the earliest level to late level of Harappan culture. And another one thing in maritime, I like to add one information, as Bissar has already elaborated the trade with Oman and Bahrain also. Recently in Omani archaeologists recovered one evidence of stitched boat, piece of stitched boat evidence that has the rope, stitching with the rope without any nail and other process. And also they put some coating about for strengthening and water seepage so that's another interesting finding, and that's related with Harappan trade, which is from the Gujarat region itself. Another, the corroborative information about 1776 around one in Gazetteer that mentioned that 15 meter below one evidence found in Gujarat region itself, two boat in Gujarat region. That's a mention in Gazetteer. Much before the discovery of that region. The similar stitched boat they have also mentioned. That's a very interesting, that's a below 15 meter from the above ground they have discovered. That is a mention in Gazetteer itself. In around Morbi, I think. I confirm. No, that's Bavina, village Bavina. Yeah, it's near Morbi. So there, I have the photograph also of a stitched boat from the Oman, and then similar evidence are there in India also. That's a very interesting to understand the physical evidence of boat making from India and relation with the Oman. So, so there is a lot to talk, but there is time constraints. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. Wonderful. I'm sure the people at Rakhigadi may have been exploiting Aravalis, not only Aravali, but also Himalayan area.
There is several evidence coming up in Rakhigadi. One is the thick wall structures, possibly the double-story structure of more than 1 meter wall in the lower level, and then upper story having half meter, 50 centimeter wall. So they share the two rooms between 1 meter wall, half meter in another, the first floor, in another room, and half meter for another room. So these are the evidence are coming up in Rakhigadi, like the new evidences. The early, there all know there is a lot published in about the Rakhigadi. And the new dates come up in Mount number 7 below the skeleton remains. The earliest date is 6000, around 6000 BC. Recently we got the continuous date of 6000 BC and of around 5000 something and 4000 BC at Mount number 7 itself. And after that the burial evidence at the top. So these are the some new information.
Thank you.
I try to share.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. You know, now I request Professor Sinde, you know, because he has not only worked on rural Harappan site, but also on urban areas and has vast experience, also has worked on trade. So he has also worked on Ras Al Junais. I request Professor Sinde to talk about this trade activity and how important the area of Oman and Ras Al Junais was for the Harappan Empire.
Thank you, Jivan. I think, you know, the Harappan side very unique trade strategy. One thing that we have noticed that, you know, Harappans, they did not have a lot of natural resources available within their region. And, you know, what they did, in fact, you know, they developed first the hinterland contact. You know, they developed contact with Rajasthan, from where they obtained this, you know, copper. Then, you know, they went came to South India also. In fact, in Karnataka, they exploited even gold from that part. And most of the, the semi-precious stones they used for making various ornaments, they were found outside the Harappan region. So the strategy that the Harappans adopted, that they developed very good contact with their contemporaries outside the Harappan region, making sure that there is an inflow of the required raw material from that region. Harappans had the technology with them, so they started processing the the raw materials that they obtained from these regions, and they started supplying the finished goods to the same people from whom they acquired the raw material. That is how they started amassing wealth. But maybe that wealth was not enough, in fact, for them to grow further. And then at one stage, around 2500, 2600 BCE, they started going out of Indian subcontinent. And then they started developing contact with Oman, Bahrain, with Mesopotamia, and up to Egypt. I know I was fortunate to be part of the excursion team at Ras Al Jin, which was called Ras Al Junaij that time. Now it is Ras Al Jin in Oman. This is on the northern tip of Oman. And what one very interesting finds from this particular site was that they, of course, we excavated one complete boat. Of course, not one complete boat in a skeletal form we found there, and it was all coated with bitumen. So that is quite clear that that bitumen was used as a waterproof substance. And then at this particular site, this was not a residential site. It was basically some sort of a warehouse, and we found a lot of objects from different areas. We found Harappan objects there, of course. We also found a lot of objects from Persia, objects from Mesopotamia, and also from Egypt. So one thing that is coming out from this particular research is that perhaps this was the hub. The Oman was the hub of the trade, and the merchants maybe from Mesopotamia, Egypt, even Persia, they used to come here. The Harappans used to go there. They used to strike deals, and probably the material was sent to Oman. And from there, probably these merchants from respective countries like Mesopotamians, Egyptians, they started carrying this material from there. It is not that the Harappans have not traveled to Mesopotamia or Egypt. They have traveled, of course. This Mesopotamian text talks about the Melua region. They also have, there's a description about the interpreters, etc. So that it is quite clear that merchants were traveling there also. But probably the exchange was taking place at Oman. So that is a new thing that is emerging. And the trade was so lucrative for the Harappans. From whatever archaeological data we have, even archaeological literary data from Mesopotamia, clearly indicates that a lot of things were going from the Harappan region to these regions, and very less things were coming from that. So that means the Harappan trade was very lucrative, and through this trade, they generated so much wealth, and that wealth was used by the Harappans for the development purpose. They could develop urbanization, in spite of the fact that Harappans had a lot of disadvantages. They did not have sufficient maybe revenue within the Harappan region. But through this unique trade strategy, they developed this particular particular strategy and started getting a lot of wealth, and that is how the Harappans could prosper. So this is a good example. This is a good example to learn. In fact, I give the example of Japan. In fact, there is so much similarity between the strategy adopted by the Japanese and the Harappans. Japan, I have seen, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, it was completely destroyed. And nobody thought that Japan will rise again. But that Japan rose again within 15 years and became a world economic power. And the strategy that they adopted was exactly the same. Japan also had technology with them. They did not have natural resources. So they started importing these natural resources from India, China. These were the developing countries. And they supplied the finished good to the same countries from whom they acquired the raw material. That is how Japan could rise. So there is a lesson in fact to learn from the ancient trade strategy, And this is one of the best examples, I can, think about. So this is what, is the importance of the site of Ras Al Junaid and the importance of the Oman, in fact. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Sinde. Actually, if you see the entire Harappan Empire, universe rather, you have, areas like entire Arauli, they perhaps used for copper and gold. And there are areas of Mardak Bhet, Ratanpur, etc. They did for, and Rohari for chert. And almost they had excellent network for internal and external trade also. Professor Bhan has spent lifetime working on craft, especially on beads, and he has done lots of ethnography also. I would request him to enlighten us about the source material, especially carnelian and other material for beads, basically.
I will try to.
Sir, keep a note of time
cover
also.
some. Yeah, I will not take long. I would like to cover what other panelists have not covered. What I would like to say is that there are archaeological as well as literary evidences of the trade with the other countries. Say, for example, mostly Sumerian, Akkadian literature gives us three names: Dilmun, what is identified as Oman, and Milahu for this Indus Valley civilization. Now, large amount of material has gone to the royal tombs of Egypt. Plenty of the British Museum and Philadelphia Museum is full of that material which they excavated and is in their museums now. Hundreds of beads which are definitely have come from, the raw material has come from Gujarat, and the technique of manufacturing is Indian. There are references also, there were enclaves. There were people who were living in Mesopotamia, those were Harappans. There are indications of being interpreters used. Their interpreter was used to speak the Mehlo language. So there is a lot of literature which has come to light from Mesopotamia, and there's a lot of archaeological evidences which can prove there was a very strong, not perhaps only they were trading, they were living there. And another important thing which I would like to say, Vishji was mentioning about shell and other things. Shell definitely, raw material for making beads have gone from Gujarat. That's why that was a very important area perhaps. And that shell was also very important. For the material for making beads was very important. That came from Gujarat. And the shell also was important. Now we have a ladle. I don't know if many of you know what's ladle. Ladle is a spoon-like thing made of shell. It is found in Mesopotamian graves. The bangles made of shell are found in the Mesopotamian graves, indicating that there was a trade from Gujarat to those places. Now, another important thing which perhaps was not highlighted here was the Central Asia. Gunnar Tapi, I could not believe as I found a Harappan seal published there from Gunnar Tapi in Central India. Sarai Sokhta in Himland river area, which was excavated by Professor Toshi. There's a lot of material which has gone from India. So briefing out, there is a great trade relations. We have to perhaps find a place. There are hundreds of seals, stamp seals in British Museum which has not been published, and even part of Mesopotamia having in the script on that. So definitely indicating great seals. Not many of them are published even. So we need to have, they won't give us for the museum, they won't give us the material, but there are good photographs, because the photographs I saw were very old. So now perhaps he will contact British Museum. I think Shindeji should contact them, get very better photographs that we can show the trade, I think, very nicely in the museum at Lothal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bahan. I think out of 1,500 sites, which about 80 have been excavated. I think each site is important. Each site has importance for certain things. For example, the site which I was excavating called Kanmeret in Gujarat with now DG Rawatji. Rawatji is here. So actually the site yielded 3 identical seal impressions, which we identified as identity cards of the Harappans. So we do not know how were they using it. Were they using it for trade, going to different places and saying that I have come from this region? So I was asking a question to BC this morning whether it was a state or not. He said, I doubt. So anyway, but you see, alone in Gujarat, MS University has the credit of working at a large number of Harappan sites. And many sites like Bagasara, Nagwada, Sikarpur, very important sites they have excavated and have published results. So I request Professor Sonawane to tell about particularly sites about Nagwada and Bagasara.
Now, is it okay? Can you hear me? Yeah. Now, already many things has been told about trade, that is interland and land. Now, basically, as Jeevan has said, ours is a small department with a limited resources. We have excavated quite good number of sites, and we categorically, particularly confined to Saurashtra and North Gujarat. Now, out of this, we could, on the basis of recent developments in archaeological excavation methods, we have classified those Harappan sites into, as already said, but they are there at early Harappans, pre-Harappans, mature Harappans, and late or post-Harappans. Now, so far, early Harappans are concerned, so that is very interesting evidence we have. Earlier, every site has been identified as Harappan, but we have not got into the details about the characteristic features defining the fetches or cultural periods. Now, this early Harappan culture, what you have a typical set of potteries which are quite different from the Harappan pottery, and so we identified such sites as non-Harappan. And the area which they have found that is associated with unearthed culture, the unearthed region of North Gujarat. Of course, the Vadnagar is the later development, that was also the part of unearthed culture. Now there, what is interesting is that we have, before the coming of the Harappans, this area was already occupied by the non-Harappans. And Harappans, as they were experts in exploiting the natural resources, they knew that there are certain natural resources in some parts of Gujarat, and so, and unearthed people or non-Harappan people were aware of those natural resources. So Harappans came in contact with those, and they have established there some settlements which are basically carried out craft activities. What are the attractions for the Harappans for further penetrate into southern area, that is Gujarat, and that is the natural resources. One is marine gastropods, then the other is semi-precious stones, huge deposits or large number deposits of semi-precious stone, and the black cotton soil. Now, coming to the next phase, that is pre-Harappan, because at Nagwada and other places, below the mature Harappan, we have found some burials. And these burials, particularly, we have not found any habitational deposit, but on the basis of burials, we could identify them as early Harappans, because the ceramics or the pots which are buried in the graves, they are exactly similar to the Kodiji, Amri, and other Nal and other sites of early Harappan period, and so that has been established. Now later on, at the other side, we have could find little habitation deposit also, and mature Harappan, of course, you know. Now what is interesting here, we are talking about the trade contacts of the Harappans. Now most of these sites, for exploiting natural resources, they have exploited marine gastropods, because the site which we have excavated, that is Nageshwar in Saurashtra near Dwarika. The sea is very shallow, and there they could get the marine gastropods from there, and then same has been exploited. Now Nageshwar is the only exclusively shell working site. After, I think, what is that site, Balakot in Pakistan? shell working. Then, Balakot. So this is the another side, but then similar evidences with other craft activities, that is shell working and bead working. We have Nagwada and Bagasra. So at Nagwada, at Bagasra, we have found typical, as Dr. R.S.B. has said, we have those black slip jars and with graffiti. Similar black slip shirts or black slip jars with graffiti have been found in some sites of Oman. So that was certainly indicate that is a trade contact with the Oman sites, and what they could get in exchange from Oman, that is the copper objects, finished copper objects. We have a hoard of copper vessel containing at least more than 10 copper bangles. So there are quite positive evidences of exchange of goods from either side as a give and take, and because of the local production or mass scale production at some of the workshops involving bead making or shell object working. So, and same thing, similar finished objects were provided within Gujarat or neighboring regions as a hinterland Harappan sites. So, because of maybe so many things, I could have explained in much more details, but then it has been already told about there could have been much more scope to talk on this particular topic. But I think I will just stop over here. And then I may ask even Jeevan from my side to talk about his site. That is what.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Actually, the site which we were excavating, Ravaji is here. Actually, he was the de facto director at the site. The site of Kanmer, which we excavated it was an Indo-Japanese project between 2005-06 and 2011-12. Of course, we had a small second season also. So it's a very small, very small settlement spread in 1 hectare area, has a very strong fort wall. The site was discovered by BC way back in 1985-86 and has, urban phase and late urban phase material, also historic and medieval material. The site has yielded extremely good evidence of agriculture, including evidence of rice at the late phase. Of course, not produced, I'm sure not produced in Kutch. Also has produced large variety of wild animals and interesting evidence of seal impressions, which we think is identity card, are identity cards, and also have discovered large quantity of raw material, especially agate from Murdoch bed. We think that they may have been supplying that material to other places. So what we have learned out of this panel discussion is that, see, these Hadappans were enterprising community, and they were spread in 1.25 square million area. And, we have these 6 major sites, Rakhikadi perhaps controlling the northern area or the, hinterland from northern area. And a site like Kalibanga may have been actually, exploiting the area of Aravali, maybe supplying to rest of the Harappan sites. And if you come towards south, then you have site like Dholavira, Lothal, etc. And then in Pakistan, you have Mohenjo-daro, Hadappa, and Ganveriwala. These are 3 large sites in Pakistan. So interesting part is that these Hadappans were supplying what? Carnelian, etched carnelian beads, lapis lazuli, textile, wood, even monkeys, animal like monkey, and even possibly some birds. These are some of the items which are generally, referred to in the texts. But there may be a number of other things, as scholars have already mentioned, that they were using large black slip jars. What was being sent? Either some food material or some oil or something. So, but what was coming back? What the Hadappans were importing, that we do not know. We have to maybe work on that part. The interesting part is that Prabodh from Kodla Wadli has come up with an idea that they have done some residue analysis saying that the Hadappans were using dairy product. Was it dairy product material going to Mesopotamia, Oman? We don't know. It is a big question. But point is, the Harappans were very, very smart people, dynamic people. I'm saying this because out of 1,500 known Harappan sites, not even a single has evidence of smelting, copper smelting. We are finding copper, gold at every Harappan site. Of course, gold, tin, silver, all these they were bringing from outside. See, the area of Harappans, it was, located in semi-arid ecology where they needed everything from outside, like Americans. And they were obtaining it, and they did not smelt copper at their sites, only did melting, not smelting. That shows their enterprising, ideas. So I'm sure had there been more time, we would have come up with addressing questions about script, maybe about state, which are, sometime we just joke it is $64 million question. So I'm really sorry, we cannot address these questions here, but I'm thankful to the organizers giving me this opportunity, this honor to coordinate with such dynamic people, those who have spent lifetime working on Harappans. Actually, if you ask anybody among these, talk on your side, they'll speak for 3 hours. No problem. But I'm really sorry, we were given just 40 minutes, so we had to wind up within 40 minutes. So I on behalf of the organizers, Garima, I really thank all of you from bottom of my heart that you gave your time, precious time to the audience. I also thank our audience also having the patience, listening to all these dynamite scholars. Thank you very much.
Just one small piece of information I would like to add. There is one site called Padri in Gujarat. And that site is unique because for the first time we have got the evidence of the salt farming done by the Harappans. Scientifically proved by geoarchaeologists also. And the other information, the new research that we did at Rakhigadi was that we have extracted the DNA of the Harappan people and we have identified actually who the Harappans are. And one interesting that the Harappans were the indigenous people. And most of us, the indication that we are getting, the most of us, from Andaman, Nicobar to Ladakh, Kashmir, and from Afghanistan to whole of India, we are the descendants of the Harappans. No matter what language you are following, what religion we are following, we are the descendants of the Harappans. So this is the new information that coming up in fact in our museum also. And the other research that we did was for the first time we have reconstructed the 3D features of the Harappan people. So how they look like exactly. So that is a very scientific evidence that we have generated. And that will also go into the museum also that we are developing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to thank all the panelists for this wonderful discussion that we just had. May I now request Mr. Siddharth Agarwal to kindly come on the stage to facilitate all the panelists. Can we please give them a round of applause for the panel? Thank you so much, Siddharth sir. May I now request all the panelists to kindly come in front of the stage for a group photo. artistic exchanges. For the session on ancient India's contact with the Greco-Bactrian world, cultural and artistic exchanges, the rapporteur is Ms. Dipanjali Sarma. Over to you, ma'am. Please introduce all the panelists and the coordinator.
Good evening, everyone. It's our privilege to welcome you all to today's session, Ancient India's Contact with the Greco-Bactrian World, Cultural and Artistic Exchanges. Let me begin by introducing our coordinator for the session, Anil Kumar Singh, Professor, Greek Chair, School of Language, Literature and Cultural Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi. Now it is my honor to introduce our distinguished panelist, Professor Suraj Pandit, from Ancient Indian Culture and Buddhist Studies, Sathai College of Parle Tilak Vidyalaya Association, Mumbai. We have speaker Professor Shrikant Ganvir, Department of Ancient Indian History and Archaeology, Deccan College Postgraduate and Research Institute. Professor Ioris Paulius at UNESCO Venice School on Sustainable Energy Governance in World Heritage Sites. And we have Amiteshwar Jha, retired Director of the Indian Numismatics and Cultural Research Foundation, Nasik. Without further delay, let me hand it over to Professor Anil Kumar Singh, sir, to start the discussion. Thank you.
Good evening to all of you. Greece has always been a very important civilization amongst all the civilizational history of the world. And the relationship between India and Greece is reported by the archaeologists since the time of Minoan age. Minoan age is contemporary to the Bronze Age civilizations of the world, so it is contemporary to the Indus Valley civilization. And it has been reported that there was trade relationships between Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, Indus Valley civilization to the Cretan civilization, that is Minoan civilization. And then we have continuous relationship of both the, I will say, the two corners of the Oriental continuum as we see the relationship of India and Greece, because there is an understanding amongst the scholars that Greece was more near to East rather than being a Western civilization, and West, modern West has appropriated the Greek civilization for their own benefit, for their own historiography and history writing benefits. With this, I say that the relationship of India and Greece becomes very important. If you see the cultural development or the history of the or the cycle of the historical development or historical processes, we find that if we started from Indus Valley civilization and Minoan culture, we find that people were going from Indus side to the North African ports, and then the trade was taking place like this, that from India to Persian Gulf and then to Minoan, and then from Minoan to other part of the Europe was rather a jungle at that time when Greek civilization was there. And before that, the Greeks themselves, their language and many things in main Greek civilization developed from the Phoenicians. Some impact of Egyptians, then Phoenicians, the language came from Phoenician letters, Greek were developed. So cycle starts from somewhere east, comes to Greece, then rose the Philip and Alexander, and then the Persian Empire, which was the only empire in the Eastern world, and it was the known world to Greeks especially. If you read about the history known to Herodotus through his predecessors, the known world to Greeks were the Persian Empire, starting from India up to the Greece. So with the rising of the Alexanders, 40,000 Macedonians with their shields and long, these spears, they moved and they came to the banks of Indus River, and then there a new cultural world started, which we know by the name of Hellenistic world. So there is a cycle with time of the cultural interactions. So we have in our panel the experts who have done work on the various aspects of this cultural development with the context of India and Greece. So first of all, I request Professor Suraj Pandit to tell us what he thinks about the impact of Greeks or Yavanas, as we know, and their context to India, and what is his opinion on the impact of relationship between India and Greece through the ages. Professor Pandit.
Thank you, sir. Let me thank the organizers in the beginning for inviting me, and thank you for giving me opportunity to speak. About Greco-Bactrian culture and the artistic expression, what we are going to talk about, and especially the area which is linked with this particular cultural phenomena is parts of northern Afghanistan and you can say the parts of Central Asia. And Indian subcontinent is closely associated with it. So the early influences which we can see, as I understand in art, on the terracottas coming from the Bihar and basically the later Mauryans and early Shunga period. But when it comes to Western India and the coastal, like you can say coastal cities and ports, I think it is the Satavahana period onwards, we see the connection getting established between the western coast and the Greco-Bactrian region, which we are talking about. So, for example, there are various references to Yavanas we get in inscriptions from Karla, Jundar. I think Dr. Manjari Bhalera gave a reference to that in one of the earlier panel discussions. Interestingly enough, there is a reference of Gandharaka Bhami in one of the inscriptions at Kanheri. And Professor Dhaulikar, who has interpreted this inscription, says that the particular area probably was the settlement of the Yavanas coming from the Gandhara region. And the site has been identified near the city of Kalyan, which is even today known as Gandhari. So there is a highly disturbed archaeological habitation because of the urbanization. But yes, even today, after 2,000 years, the site is known as Gandhari. So I think the western coast and the Gandhar region, which under discussion had a very close contact. And there is a very concrete evidence coming from Kanheri, which is my site, that there is a depiction, like there are depictions of double-hum camel in the art. And that is to the, dated to the early years of the, early centuries of the Common Era again. So double-hum camel is again you can say a symbol coming to Indian Peninsula. We can see one at Sanchi and at a couple of other places. Even in the later period, during Gupta period, we can see it at Sarnath. And gradually it gets assimilated as a sacred symbol in Buddhism. So if I had to say that if we study art of western coast or the Konkan region, we can actually see the trade route coming down from Gandhar region to western coast, linking places like Kaneri, Kalyan, Mathura. So obviously there was a very strong trade connection. Apart from that, if I have to say, again with reference to Buddhism, there are specific Nikayas which are traveling on these trade routes. And we can actually establish the connection between the Buddhist Nikayas which we see in the North Konkan region and the Kashmir and the Central Asian region in the early period of the Common Era. So culturally, these two areas are very closely associated, connected. If we see the main Chaitya cave at Karla, which is near Pune, there are donations given by Yavanas, as we know. But very interesting phenomena happens there in the art, that there are donor couples which are engraved on the pillar capital in the main Chaitya. And there is a concept called Gandharan, you can say, influence on sculptures, because the way these sculptures are carved, they give us a very specific impression, or they remind us of the stucco art of the region coming to Konkan, you know. So again, that establishes a very close cultural connection with.
Obviously, as we know that northwest of India was, ruled by the Bactrian kings and Indo-Greeks for long. You are unable to hear me? Okay. I am saying that we know that this whole part, which is modern Afghanistan and Pakistan, all this area was under the Indo-Greeks. There were around 22 or more kings, Greek kings. Some of them are famous, like Demetrius, Menander, and Agathocles. So Antiochus, the list of almost 22 or more than that kings who were ruling in this area. And we are well aware that the inscriptions, these pillar inscriptions of Ashoka found in that area were inscribed with the Greek script as well. So when a king put an inscription in a language, it means that language was being spoken there. So the relationship was that, and the subjects of the Gandhar art, as we know that the techniques are Greeks. Most of the techniques used on the stone were introduced by the Greeks, and the subject was Indian. So your impression on this cultural development in the statue making or sculpture making in art in this area, what you think about it?
Yeah, it's a cultural connection developed over the trade route, and probably artists have migrated. I'll just give you one example, like it's a known example. There is a site called Kuda Caves, and where with one of the inscriptions we have a hippocampus depicted. So it's a very typical Greek-Roman concept, so concept cannot travel without people. So I think these are the ways ideas have traveled and enriched both the sides of the country. Another interesting, like as you stated during modern period, like Ashoka especially, there is a reference in Sri Lankan tradition, like Vamsa literature, that King Ashoka had deputed Yavana Dhammarakkhita to spread the Buddhism, establish a monastery there. So Yavana Dhammarakkhita, the name itself is a very significant name. Like so, the king of Magadha deputing Yavana Dhammarakkhita to spread Buddhism. So it is not just like linear contact which we had. It is a multidimensional relation And that is also reflected in Begram ivory, as we see.
Thank you. We have Professor Amiteshwar Jha with us, and his expertise is on the coins. And luckily, I got trained under him, so I know that how minutely he has studied the coins, especially Bactrian coins, Greek coins. So I request you, sir, to tell us what is your impression about the Greeks introducing their coins in India, and how we can drive the contact of India and Greece through coins or numismatics as such. Thank you.
Well, most students of ancient Indian history are very well familiar with the importance of Greco-Bactrian and then so-called Indo-Greek coins, or the importance for the reconstruction of their history. Now, for this purpose, I mean, when we see the geography, I mean, the Bactrian Greeks come into existence sometimes around the middle of the 3rd century BCE. And they start ruling in Bactria, but it's by the beginning of 2nd century BCE that they cross over Hindu Kush mountain range and come into, I mean, start expanding their territories into the Indian territories. And it was under the rule of a Greek ruler called Demetrios. And instantly we see a reflection, indirect reflection of the influence of Indian culture on his coins. His silver coins, I mean, prior to that, it's a bust of the king facing right on the front side of the coins. But on the coins of Demetrios first, it's a very well-known and coin, illustrated in all the coin books or even history books, where the king is shown wearing an elephant scalp as the headdress. Now, this is taken as an indirect reference to influence of India, because it said that these rulers were not conversant or familiar with elephant before they came to this part of the world. But after 2nd century BCE, they start ruling in the Indian subcontinent, southern Afghanistan, Pakistan, and parts of northern India. So, geographically, I would not call these rulers as foreign rulers, because they are now ruling in Indian territories and they don't have rule elsewhere in their own original country. But they bring in the elements of their culture, the motifs, the symbols. Now, as far as influence of these so-called Bactrian Greek and Indo-Greek coins on Indian coins are concerned, one of the biggest influence was perhaps the introduction of an inscription on coins. Although there is a caveat here, because this influence is more apparent on the coins, on the indigenous coins which were issued in the northern regions or perhaps the hilly regions in the post-Mauryan period. The coins of the so-called tribal republic, like the Odumbaras, the Vemakis, Kunindas, the Yodheyas, some of which are sometimes found in association with some of the Indo-Greek coins at some places. And they follow the same metrology, that is the same weight standard, same feature of bilingualism or biscriptal coins. I mean, the so-called Indo-Greek coins are different from the coins which were earlier issued in Bactria, which were monoscriptal, having inscriptions only in Greek. But when they come to this part of the world, I mean Indian subcontinent, they start issuing coins with Greek and Kharoshthi inscriptions. There is an exception. There were two rulers, Agathocles and Pantaleon, and they issued some coins which had Greek and Brahmi, which were one of the first coins issued with Brahmi in that region. And they were the coins which helped actually in the redecipherment of Brahmi script when James Prinsep and other scholars were working on the deciphering of those scripts. Both Brahmi as well as Kharoshthi. I mean, these coins of the Indo-Greek rulers, they helped in the redecipherment of those scripts. That's a well-known story. But what I was referring to is that in the northern area, yes, there is an influence of the Indo-Greeks, but it's also possible that in the central region, particularly in the Narmada Valley, it was perhaps an indigenous development or self-progression, because earlier the coins are uninscribed and then we find inscriptions added. Many of those coins are actually not published yet, but they show very early paleography, which are very similar to the Ashokan Brahmi paleography, although paleography is not a very secure mode of dating. But if at all it is taken as an indication, then those coins can be dated to, if not to 3rd century BC, at least definitely to the beginning of 2nd century BC, at the very, very early. One or two of them are published, like the coins of Dharmapal, which was published long time back by Allen. But there are coins of Isipal showing very early paleography. There are coins with the name Shivagutasa. Very simple typology, but very early paleography. But that's a different matter altogether. The influence was not only of the Greeks on Indian coins. It actually worked both ways. I mean, even the Greeks, when they come to India, like I talked about Agathocles or Pantaleon, they rule about, I mean, their period is generally considered to be 190 to 180 BCE. They make deliberate effort to make their coins acceptable to the local population. What I'm trying to say is that initially the coins are round. They have a royal portrait on one side and a divine figure on the other side with a Greek inscription, short Greek inscription with the title and the name of the king. What Agathocles and Pantaleon do, they do away with the royal portrait, and like Agathocles has issued a very famous silver coin which has Shankarshan Balram on one side and Vasudev Krishna with their attributes. Krishna with Shank and Chakra, and Balram with his plowshare and pistol, Musar. But even on the copper coins, he issues a figure who is identified with Subhadra or Ekamsha, sister of Krishna, and on the other side there is an animal motif and Greek inscription on one side, but he changes the shape to a rectangular one, the shape favored by the Indian moneyers. Like most of the silver punch mark coins are somewhat squarish or rectangular in shape. The copper coins of taxillary region, uninscribed copper coins, they are rectangular in shape. So what I'm trying to say is that influence worked both ways. And in fact, when you're issuing coins, you're issuing money. You're not issuing seal or inscription. And the purpose of issuing money is that it should be accepted by the people who are going to handle them. In North India, the first influence is the, if you can say it, that it's a beginning or use of inscription on coins. And the second important influence of the Greek coins was the manufacturing technique, because they from the very beginning employed die striking technique, which is the most common technique of making coins, whereas the earliest Indian coins, they were made by a slightly archaic, primitive sort of technique, which is called punching. And for copper coins in the Mauryan period, from the Mauryan period, they employed a technique of casting. But casting was used only for base metal coins. So perhaps it was as an influence of the contact with the Greeks that gradually the indigenous smaller dynasties which came up on the political scene after the demise of the Mauryans in North India and even in Deccan, they started using die striking, which became the most common technique. As far as coin typology is concerned, the Greeks disappear around the beginning of the Christian era, but their influence on the metrology, the typology continues on the subsequent Scythians, Parthians. But it's very interesting that it's in the Western India that we see an influence on the coin local type. And the coin that I'm going, because in the Periplus, the text that Manjari talked about, it's mentioned that coins of Menander and Apollodotus are still circulating at Barigaza. And those coins of Apollodotus are found at Barigaza, and they found, and actually it was the coins of Apollodotus which were used as prototype by Nahapan, and which from the 1st century AD led to a consecutive trend of silver dram coins being issued in Western India for about 600 years continuously. The coins of Nahapan being followed by the coins of Kshatrapas, then coins of Guptas, Kalachuris, Vallabhis, and so on. So we can go on, and since the time is short,
yes,
thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such an elaborate comment on the coins and Greeks. Now I request Ganveer ji to tell us about the artistic impressions of Yavanas in Deccan especially. We don't have much time, so in short, your comment.
Thank you, sir. Distinguished guest. I personally believe that the cultural interactions between these two regions, the ancient India and Roman world, was not only confined to the religious imagery. Published as well as unpublished data, if we go through such a information, just take an example of Ter, whose ancient name was Tagar, where there are more than 10,000 antiquities, 10,000 plus antiquities, out of which not more than 5% are published or known to the public domain. If you go by the recent studies of scholars such as Professor Priya Brancocho and many unpublished work, we'll find that the interactions between these two countries or two civilizations were not only restricted to a specific area of life. But one can see the depictions of the Greek motifs, symbols on basically the terracotta beads, terracotta bullets, even the ivory combs. So even mirror handles, pot. So the what generally when we look at basically the interaction or cultural interaction as depicted in an art motif, we generally have a kind of very confined or limited picture of religious imagery and the influence of basically the Greco-Bactrian motifs on the religious imagery. But it was beyond that. So not only basically they are depicted in a religious imagery, but very much depicted in many sites. The site described by Professor Vasant Shinde sir, that is the Junnar, where many interesting terracotta figurines and bullets were found, having the very strong connection with Greek. Coming to the basically the Python and Nevasa, again very two important sites. So what Professor M.K. Dhaurikar, an eminent archaeologist, proposed very interesting theory about the settlements of the Greeks, at least at few places. For example, Nashik, Junnar, then Python needs to be, I think, revisited based on the recent, data. When we come to the Eastern Deccan, so probably the Eastern Deccan has not been taken into that much consideration. Generally, when we talk about the maritime trade, mostly the western coast or the Western Deccan was a kind of, become a major focus or area of studies. But coming to the sites like Pedavankur, Kotlingala, then Amravati, Nagarjunkonda, recently excavated site by Deccan College and Telangana Archaeology Department, Phanigiri. So these sites have also produced some kind of interesting evidence, which is not basically has become a kind of a topic of a kind of the cultural interactions between these two regions. Again, there are some texts. Generally, the periplus of the Erythraean Sea has been widely studied, but the association was not only confined to the kind of only art, but there was a very interesting culture as recently, brought into our attention by Professor David Efford, that astrological association between India and Greek was very much, seen through the texts like Yavana Jatak. When we just take its name Yavan Jatak, it seems that it is a Buddhist text. No, it is a text, Yavan Jatak, on Indian astrology, again written by Safuji Dwaja, the revised edition. And what is interesting that text mentions the dates of both edition. So first edition goes around 149-150 CE, as it is a 71 Samvat, as most of the scholars believe it is a Shaka Samvat, by the Yavaneshwara. The name of the writer is a Yavaneshwar, and the revised edition from prose to the kind of the versified edition by Safuji Dhwaja in a 149C, which again comes to the very close to the 250 to 270C. So what is interesting to see that that was not a kind of very traditional Indian astrological system, but showing according to the scholars, if we go by the David Pingree's basically the translation and the detailed study of Yavan Jatak, strong influence of the Hellenistic astrological system, and that text is basically again in a Sanskrit. So even taking their names, for example, the Manmora Kyo number 48, the donation given by the Chandra. So how the process of their Indianization, what Professor Srinivas, a famous sociologist, call as a Sanskritization, also need to see, how they were not only came for the trade, but how Indian culture also influenced their ideas, their concept, and how they also started to basically accept the Indian culture and its kind of the salient features. Then probably we have a kind of very interesting picture. Again, the question comes, why their motifs are depicted in Buddhist monuments, which is not also discussed. Whereas if you go by the Vinaya Pitkas, we see that such motifs are not allowed. If you go by the Vinaya Pitak, Buddha clearly ordered not to depict the human pictures in any of the monasteries, if going by the original rules. But it comes to the center, like Kyo number 20 or Kyo number 22, as we go by the Professor Nagaraju's numbering of Bhaja Kyo. Then like a Pegasus in Kyo number 3 and Kyo number again 20 of Bhaja. Then Sphinx in a Karla and Nashik. So all this shows that again the triskelion on the facade of isolated Kyo near Ganesh group. So all this shows that how the such a motifs which were not became a part of any religious system or any Indic religious system, why the contemporary society gave spaces to accommodate them. So all these questions again need to re-examine, revisit, and then probably we'll get more kind of data to understand a very close kind of cultural interactions and influences. And again Professor P.R. Brancaccio's recent studies show that that was not a one-sided kind of journey. If go by the kind of the terracotta figurines from the Egypt, Greek, they have also kind of very much the parallel symbols found in Indian culture on their material. So it was a kind of the both way, two-way journey and vice versa. So in that connection probably we need to catalog the lot of unpublished data, like I told that not more than 1,000 or even less than that antiquities from Tera are known to the public domain. So if you think that out of 10 to 12,000 only we know only 3 to 400, what about the rest? If such data will come in public domain, so probably we will able to reconstruct the exact nature of interaction. Otherwise the picture will be either partially or a kind of unclear. So there is a lot of scope to revisit these sites and again to document those data which is not in again public domain or even domain of the scholars, academic world. So then probably it shows that probably their influences was at a such a deep level or at a such a micro level that like if any symbol which is non-Indic is coming on our kitchen, it shows that how we are connected with that country at present times. So the coming as a kind of the hairpin or the mirror handle or the comb, these are the things which are used not only by the aristocratic class but the common people. If their culture have had a kind of such a strong influence and their imprints can see such a artifacts which had been using by the common man or common folk, it shows that probably these two countries were very closely connected at a various level. Thank you.
Okay, very elaborative comment. Thank you, Ganveer-ji. Perhaps we shall not forget the Heliodorus pillar in the center of India, and this shows the way Indians and Greeks were interacting with each other. And then we have the evidences of the marriage relationships between the Magadha Empire and the Greeks and the living of Greek princesses in the court. So on the life of the people, the impact of the court choices in jewelry, in ornaments, all this come. So that is true. And your talk also remind me the comment of Professor A.K. Narayan in our General Yavanika, second volume. He writes, "They came, they saw what India conquered." Very famous line. So it reminds me that. Anyway, we have Professor Ioannis Poulios amongst us, who works in Ionian University, and he is, instrumental in, studying twin city concepts. He is working on Vadnagar and one city in Greece, and he has to present his views on our relationships, Greece and India.
Hello. We will share a presentation. So thank you very much. Whether we could. So I will share some insights from the ongoing Underwater Antiquities Maritime Museum in Athens, Greece. It's a very interesting project, and we will find several parallels with what you are constructing in Lothal. So why? Because India and Greece have a rich maritime history with interconnections. Both museums in Athens and in Lothal are of national importance, and they're big projects, and most importantly, they are ongoing projects, so a dialogue of good practices as well as concerns can develop between the two projects. So we will first see some photos. This is an industrial building. It's also a listed building. This is the situation before the regeneration and transformation. Okay. This is the building full of graffiti. It is located on Piraeus. Piraeus is the most important harbor in Greece, and not only one of the most important in the Mediterranean world. So we see this is the next, what is going to be built. We see the existing building on the left, and then they were going to add a new building, the white building, as an extension of the existing building towards the sea. So the white building, which is to be added, will connect the existing building with the sea. And also Piraeus is the most important harbor for cruise ships, so we see the connection with the external environment. This focuses on the new building to be built, the white building, and we see again the Blue Star ferries and the other cruise ships. Yes, and some photos of the building, of the museum to be built. This is a replica of an ancient Greek ship, another one. And we see a lot of digital images as well, creating an interesting experience, and some more artifacts that are going to be presented. So the structure of the presentation is the following: opening the path, what happened before the museum, the strategy of the new museum, and how the strategy is reflected in governance, location, building, exhibits, and exhibition, and some critique at the end. So the opening of the path is concentrating on one of the most important excavations and one of the most important exhibits, maritime exhibits in the world, possibly the first. Antikythera is the place in Greece with a very important, very famous shipwreck, possibly the first systematic excavation of underwater antiquities in the world. And this Antikythera mechanism, please Google it, is a most advanced astronomic tool, has been the most advanced astronomic tool for several centuries, and it is considered to be the first computer of humankind. So this iconic exhibit is still in the National Archaeological Museum, and based on that there was a landmark exhibition which originated in the National Archaeological Museum and then traveled to international museums of global recognition, repositioning the museum, the National Archaeological Museum, in the global museum market through an interdisciplinary research approach, and this enhanced some global collaborations with private companies, sponsors like Hublot, the watch company. And now there is an ongoing exhibition in a private museum in Greece, further research and also further collaborations with private organizations and companies. That was the path. Now the strategy of the new museum. What are the competitive advantages of this museum in Greece? First of all, how to exploit landmark excavations and iconic exhibits from Greece, the Antikythera that I talked about, mentorship of Lord Elgin from England, carrying the marbles of the Acropolis, stealing, allowed me to say, the marbles of the Acropolis and transporting them to London, and there was a shipwreck, the ship. And then the Britannic ship is considered to be the brother of Titanic, and the World War II ship. So all these iconic exhibits and landmark excavations are a competitive advantage of this museum. At the same time, this is the first time on a national level, but also on an international level, one of the first times that the whole underwater maritime history of Greece since antiquity and until today is presented. So, on a national level, this is the first museum of its kind in Greece, covering a long-standing gap, similar to India. On an international level, the way this new museum differentiates from other museums, international museums, is that this museum does not focus on specific iconic exhibits, like the example of Barcelona Museum and the Titanic Museum, but it narrates the whole underwater maritime history, like the one in India. On a local level, connecting with Piraeus, which is the most important harbor in Greece and one of the most important in the Mediterranean, allow me to say, even in Europe. So there is a complex of combination of exhibition, research, conservation, education, and tourism, which could be important also for what you're doing in Lothal. So how the strategy is reflected in terms of governance, the project is operated by the Ministry of Culture. Space ownership and management, the Greek government, of course, it owns the place. And in terms of management, the organization of the management of the port of Piraeus, but also COSCO, the Chinese company, is involved in that because this space is by this company. And in terms of antiquities, private individuals, owners of antiquities, but also local museums from different parts of the world, of Greece, have given their permission for exhibits, and there were some local reactions as well based on that. So, why the specific location is selected? Because of the importance of Piraeus since antiquity. It has been the most important harbor in Greece even until today. The specific location is next to an associated archaeological site, so the symbolic connection is very important, and it is right at the point of cruise ships, as we saw on the figure, on the photo at the beginning, at the point of cruise ships arriving, stopping in Athens. So this location helps the museum connect with the tourism industry. We do not have to start from the beginning. Tourism industry is already happening. An average day of cruise ships, the visitor route is that the cruise ships stop in Piraeus. So the cruise ships stop at Piraeus, and then they travel to the center of Athens, 40 minutes, 45 minutes, and then the tourists visit the Acropolis, etc. Some tourists would prefer not to do this whole trip, day trip. They would prefer to stay in Piraeus. Or some tourists, after the Acropolis, will come back earlier before the departure. So in these gaps, they could visit this museum. So this museum can very well fit within the visitor route. And also, it is part of the seaside of Athens. There is a project going on, which is the largest regeneration project in Europe of a coastline. So this can be part of this project as well. Now the existing building needs to be renovated. It's important because it saves a lot of resources. We do not have to start from the beginning, from scratch. It's an industrial building, part of the industrial history of Piraeus, so it's an important building for the development of Piraeus. And it's a heritage building, it's a listed building, a declared building. This poses some restrictions for renovation. And the new building to be added will be in line with the existing building, expanding the existing building and connecting that with the sea, as we saw in the photo. And it has more openings to the sea, so it's more extroverted than the existing building. The thematic areas are very similar to the ones that you are planning. There is also the building and Piraeus parallel histories. What is very interesting is that issues of protection of underwater antiquities and opening underwater archaeology to the public. These are some interesting thoughts that you could develop even in your new museum, how to connect underwater archaeology and maritime history with the public, because the public might not be so familiar with that. So the exhibits, replicas, digital, some practical issues. In terms of accessibility, this is an important element. Physical accessibility, addressing diverse difficulties, but at the same time, mental accessibility, addressing diverse levels of interpretation. This is very important because sometimes we are making a mistake while making museums, is that we have the same logic in terms of interpretation, so we keep very similar interpretation levels. The good practice is to involve different levels of interpretation. So it's not only adults and children, there are several various areas of interpretation to both adults and children. Some critique, I think that there should be some stronger emphasis on experiences. For example, the name, instead of underwater antiquities or maritime, there should be the term of experiences in the museum. And also the building, in terms of the new building, my suggestion would go for a more contemporary building of glass in connection with the sea, because one of the competitive advantages of this building in Piraeus is the connection with the sea. So I think that the new building should exploit this connection even more. And another critique of mine would be more reference to sustainability, mass tourism, and climate change should be parts of the exhibition of this museum, because these are elements that Greece, Athens, and not only Greece, several places around the world are currently facing. So mass tourism and climate change should be parts of one of these exhibition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Poulios. So with his comment and information actually he has given about this museum being established at Athens, and the information will definitely benefit us also in establishing our own museum and maritime projects. Thank you, Professor Poulios. With this comes an end to our session, but with a lasting comment that from the ancient times, India and Greece have been important to the world, not only for each other, and perhaps this has been recognized best in recent times. And we all know that recently the relationship, modern Greek state and modern Republic of India has upped their relationship up to the strategic level. In changing geopolitics, India and Greece coming together has become again important for the world. And recently there is a narrative of civilizational states nowadays in diplomacy and in international relations. And if we talk about civilizational states, so amongst three continuing civilizations of the world, especially China, India and Greece, India and Greece has to come together to, save the world from yet another cultural hegemony by the neighbors regarding the cultural supremacy. So the subject of India and Greece has become very important nowadays, and this talk, again emphasize on the old relationship of two civilizations. Thank you very much for all of you to be here and to listen us so patiently. Thank you so much. Thank you. I request Deepanjali ji to. Okay.
Thank you so much to the panel for this wonderful discussion. May I now request Mr. Manoj Kumar Semwal to kindly come on the stage and present a token of appreciation for the panel. May I request the audience to kindly give a round of applause to the panel. May I request the panel to kindly come in front of the stage for a group photograph?
Ladies and gentlemen, we shall be beginning our cultural show in a short while. I repeat, we will be beginning our cultural show in a short while, please. In another half an hour or so, we will be starting the cultural show, followed by the dinner. It will be good for all the audience to please come back and be seated. It will be a very nice ode to the Navy and to the oceans, etc. So a very interesting performance, come music for everybody. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll be coming up with our cultural show very shortly.